Our chief guest, most welcome, and I'll now request we all be upstanding. We'll stand. We're going to have the anthems. We'll have the Uganda national anthem and the East African anthem, and then we will quickly do the protocols to allow us start this second national dialogue on wetlands. So I want to welcome all the invited guests back into the room, and those of you who are still at the back the exhibition, please make your way back. Our chief guest is here and we would like to start. And may we all stand for the anthems. Anthems, please.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu,
Thank you very much. Please do take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, you're most welcome to the second National Dialogue on Wetlands, and we want to thank you for joining us this morning. And may I request, and it's usually a very good thing when it's cold, that we appreciate our chief guest for joining us with a hand clap. Can we warmly receive him, ladies and gentlemen? It's a usually good thing when it's cold. You get warmer every time you clap. So I would really appreciate every time we say something really nice. So you appreciate our speakers and all our dignitaries who are present. Our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Water and Environment, we want to thank you so much for joining us for this, the second National Dialogue on Wetlands. Our theme for 2025, Wetlands for Climate Action, Tales from the Wetlands, from Zimbabwe to Uganda to Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our conveners, Join for Water, in collaboration with the Ministry of Water and Environment, of course our Wetlands Department, and Nature Uganda, we want to welcome you to this Wetlands conversation, dialogue, and of course workshop. I want to take this singular honor of recognizing our different stakeholders who are here in the room, and our chief guest. We have our head of cooperation from the Belgian embassy, and we want to appreciate them. Can we give them a warm hand clap, ladies and gentlemen? We have a representative from the Danish embassy. Another hand clap, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe it would be nice to know them, so you all know each other, maybe. So let's start again. The head of cooperation, Belgian embassy, please stand for recognition so that everyone can see you're here. Let's warmly receive him, ladies and gentlemen. And I know we have a representative from the Danish embassy. Please stand for recognition. There you go. We have a representative from the UK High Commission. Please stand for recognition. Or representatives, is that the way to call them? Anyone from the British High Commission? Please stand. On the way? Yes. We have Development Partner Working Group. If you're part of our Development Partners Working Group, please stand. So we also appreciate you. Please stand. Yes. A big round of applause. And our chief guest, this is a specifically important group. The entire ministry team, Ministry of Water and Environment, the commissioners, assistant commissioners, the Wetlands Department, please stand for recognition so we can appreciate all of you. Big round of applause. This is a very important group that is protecting our wetlands, and we want to thank them for joining us. We have our partners, and our partners, you will stand when we conclude this list, because it's a really long list. Our chief guest, you can see that this fight is really for everyone. All of us are part of this, and so we have all our partners here, and they are covered. So our partners, Chaninga, Jesse, NRDI, Hilton, please stand if you're here and you're part of our partners. Please stand. We want to appreciate you. Partners, stand. Can we appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you so much, partners, for joining us. Our local government leaders, if we have any of our local government leaders present, please stand for recognition. It would be nice to see that we have representation, and I know some are still on the way. Our chief guest, you know what happens in Kampala when it rains? The cultural institutions. Can we? Oh yes, our local leader. Can we appreciate them? Thank you so much, sir. We have cultural institutions. Do we have anyone from our cultural institutions? Please stand for recognition. Culture. All right. We have the Environment Management Agency. Anyone from NEMA here? Yes, please stand for recognition. NEMA, who are leading this conversation, our NGOs that are present, community groups. We want to appreciate all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us, and we thank you for honoring our invitation and being part of this second national dialogue on wetlands. Our chief guest, we now will move into brief welcome remarks, and we do promise our chief guest, as we have started on time, we'll try and get all the protocols done within the time present. So I want to quickly invite Mr. Isaiah Ndungo to come and make brief welcome remarks on behalf of our conveners, Join for Water. Can we warmly welcome him, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, Morris. Good morning, everyone. Isaiah Ndungo, my name's. I'm the country coordinator, Join for Water. Very briefly, to say a welcome to all of you. The chief guest, sir, and the PS, Ministry of Water and Environment, the head of cooperation at the Belgian Embassy, the representative of the Denmark Embassy in Uganda, the colleagues from the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Commissioner, Sir, Wetlands Department, the representatives from the district local government, and our partners. I want to take the opportunity on behalf of Join for Water to welcome you to this meeting. We are so much honored to host you today, and thank you for honoring our invitation to come and be part of this discussion. This dialogue on wetlands for climate action builds on the outcome of COP15 that took place a few months ago in Zimbabwe and propel us towards COP30, which is happening next month. It offers a space to reflect, to learn, to act, to strengthen collaboration among government, civil society, the young people, the youth, and communities to reaffirm our shared responsibility to safeguard these vital ecosystems. We are very much aware that wetlands are livelihoods or lifeblood of our ecosystem, supporting millions of people with food and other ecosystem services. Yet, they still face many challenges. We are very grateful to government for the many efforts it has put in place to have these wetlands conserved. And therefore, our role today is to discuss together with you or to dialogue on what we have been doing and what we need to do more to continue protecting these wetlands. And as I conclude, I want you to allow me to highlight the main objective of this dialogue, or of why we are here today. We are here, one, because we want to review Uganda's commitment and lessons from COP, just like I mentioned in the beginning, and align them with our national wetland climate policies. Number two, we are here for knowledge sharing and capacity building, because we are very much convinced that at the end of the day, we will learn a lot from ourselves, especially from the Ministry of Water and Environment, and we will learn a lot from the experiences that we will share, that our colleague from Nature Uganda will share, and other colleagues. So it is a learning experience. Number three, we are here to engage stakeholders' engagement and collaboration. And we hope that this will foster dialogue among government, civil society, academia, and the private sector, and the communities that are represented here today. The last reason to why we are here is the roadmap to COP30. We could be aware, or we might be aware, or then we will be aware when we leave, that is the conference of parties coming a few days from now. And we think that in this meeting, we should be able to generate practical recommendations that will guide Uganda's contribution to the upcoming COP30. So we will, from the dialogue, extract some contributions. And we know that the ministry will take up some insights from this that can contribute to what they want to bring to COP30. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the partners, our conveners, the Wetlands Department, our conveners, co-conveners, Nature Uganda, for making it today to this meeting. Let us all dialogue to reaffirm our collective responsibility to protect, to restore, and wisely use our wetland for the well-being of our people. I thank you, and I wish all of us a safe stay here.
All right. I honestly think that we are all fair for our speakers, but also the fact that, so that was for the speaker. So now, hand clap for the convener, because he's the convener. Thank you so much, Mr. Ndungo. And Chief Guest, we will appreciate the fact that this conversation comes after a wet morning, and the fact that we are talking about wetland management. We know what's happening in Kampala. So, and the fact that we're also holding the meeting in Kampala, that's also very interesting. We know the issues we are dealing with, and glad Nema is here. We will deal with them later. Chief Guest, I want to invite and take the single honor of inviting our head of cooperation at the Belgian embassy to come and make his remarks. Can we warmly receive him, ladies and gentlemen?
Dear representative of the Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, dear Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment, dear Commissioner of the Ministry of Water and Environment, dear representatives of the Ministry of Water and Environment, dear colleagues of the diplomatic missions and the development partners, dear representatives of the civil society organizations and NGOs, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. Thank you for allowing me some minutes to address you. Today I'm representing both the Embassy of Belgium and the Development Partner Group Environment and Climate Change, of which Belgium is a member. I would like to acknowledge the chair and co-chair of the Development Partner Group, Environment and Climate Change, Denmark and the United Kingdom, for managing the strong collaboration of the development partners with the government of Uganda, as well as Joint for Water and Nature Uganda for organizing today's event. I also would like to thank the governmental entities, most of all the Ministry of Water and Environment, that are closely involved in protecting the wetlands and in collaborating with the community living around the wetlands. As you're aware, Uganda has a very good policies, plans and strategies on environment, wetlands and climate finance. In this regard, I must congratulate the government of Uganda for the National Environment Act 2019 being selected as winner of the 2025 World Future Policy Award as well as for its exemplary leadership in steering management of Uganda's natural resources, including wetlands, water, and forest, towards sustainability and resilience. The attention of the Development Partner Group, Environment and Climate Change, are trying to support these efforts and to deliver change at a landscape level, aiming at win-wins for people and the planet. As development partners, we are proud to partner in Uganda's journey towards sustainable development with a particular focus on natural resources management and climate resilient actions. Just to highlight a few of these collaborations, UNDP, together with the Austrian Development Cooperation, support the restoration of wetlands and associated catchments in eastern Uganda. Denmark, together with other partners, offers financial support to develop and strengthen private sector-led alternative livelihoods intervention to ensure that wetland protection is equitable and inclusive. UK funding in Rukiga in southern Uganda is providing health services and livelihoods training in tandem with explaining the value of local wetlands conservations for sustainable water access and homes for crested crane. And chauvinistic as I am, allow me to refer to the Belgian support to join for water to protect and conserve water and forest ecosystem in the Mpanga and Semliki catchments of the west of the country. These projects and the efforts of the relevant Ugandan institutions, including promoting alternatives like fish farming and supporting wetland demarcations, have definitely strengthened environmental protection and have led to tangible progress in the state of Uganda wetlands. Yet, let's not forget that these very wetlands are still under pressure by growing threats from rapid urbanizations, agricultural expansion, and climate change. While acknowledging the arduous balance between economic development and nature conservation, we must continue to preserve Uganda's green gold for future generations, by which I mean the precious ecosystem of the wetlands. They are the livelihood of biodiversity. They purify water, they sink carbon, they control floods, they recharge underground water aquifers, and they sustain the livelihood of over 3 million people in Uganda. Therefore, I applaud Joint for Water and its partner, Nature Uganda, the Ministry of Water and Environment, for organizing this timely and much needed dialogue on wetlands. I'm wishing you a fruitful discussions for today's event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the head of cooperation at the Belgian Embassy, ladies and gentlemen? As mentioned, our chief guest, this is jointly convened by Joint for Water and your ministry, and of course Nature Uganda. And I would like to invite Dr. Matthias Behangane to come speak on behalf of Nature Uganda. Can we warmly receive him, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Matthias Behangana, and I'm representing the ED Nature Uganda, who couldn't be here because of his very sick dad. I would like to invite Nature Uganda staff here, stand up for recognition. The chief guest, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. We are happy to be co-conveners with Join for Water, together with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the ministry whom we have been partners with for a long, long time. Nature Uganda has an MOU with many institutions, but for wetlands, we have one through the Wetland Management Department, and we are happy to join you, join for water in celebrating this dialogue. Nature Uganda is a very old institution, the oldest conservation institution since 1906. Very old indeed. We are aware that the dialogue is one of the avenues where partners come together to evaluate the wetland estate. We recommend that we indulge a lot in capacity building in this area to promote conservation. We encourage the young people take charge of this resource, and we recommend also that the ministry continue prioritizing support of activities toward the conservation of this estate, because wetlands provide to the rural people especially most of the water. The natural resources they collect from the wetlands are many, including other ecosystem services, thatch grass, food for fish, and areas where they plant some of their crops. So without supporting this resource, this wetlands estate, chances are we have the rural people suffering, and that's why as Nature Uganda we are happy to continue partnering with any institution that indulges in wetland conservation, support them in many ways where we have expertise in conservation, expertise in capacity building, expertise in research. We are happy to be here and let the dialogue continue. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, the next statement is extremely short because the commissioner promised and said, I am speaking later, so allow me just come and invite the PS. So I want to ask the commissioner. No, PS, there is a protocol to these things. You know, the chief guest must be invited by someone. So allow me invite our commissioner, David Okuru, to come and formally invite our chief guest to address us. Can we warmly receive our commissioner, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, Maurice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, we are very, very happy to have you this morning. Like the presenter said, I will be speaking later, and my humble appeal here is just kindly to welcome you, but before I invite you, I want to take this opportunity to thank our development partners, the Belgian government, the Danish Joint for Water, and all the partners that are working together with us in this space of ensuring we manage the wetland ecosystem in the country. I want also to appreciate the chief guest, who is not only the permanent secretary, but also standing in for the minister to officially open this second national dialogue on wetlands. Our chief guest has a serious passion in wetland management, and he has supported us very, very greatly. And I wouldn't miss to say that in front of all of you. Your efforts, our efforts, are supported heavily by the chief guest. With those few remarks, sir, I want this opportunity to invite you to address us this morning and open the second national wetland dialogue. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner David. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Sorry, I walked in a little bit late. So I was meant to come here a little bit later, but unfortunately, my minister is not able to be here. And I had another engagement that I had to rush through so that I make it here, so please accept it. And I also want you really to acknowledge and accept the apologies of the Minister of State for Water, who should have been here to officiate at this event. But you know, the times they are facing, they are trying to renew their mandates. And therefore, she's involved with some very heavy engagements that came up in our constituency. And she's unable to be with us, but she wishes all of us fruitful deliberations, and she's with us in spirit. I'm honored to join this dialogue today on wetlands for climate action. And I would like to thank the head of cooperation of the Belgian Embassy, the team from the development partners and all the diplomatic missions represented here, the political leadership in your various capacities, the country coordinator for Joint for Water, the ED of Nature Uganda represented by Doctor. We keep the dad in our prayers. The friends of wetlands in your various capacities, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today we face a defining challenge, which is known as the climate crisis. As we gather here, we are reminded of the vital role wetlands play in our collective quest to combat climate change and promote sustainable development, because these two can and should coexist. I would like to applaud the spirit of partnerships that is exhibited in this dialogue, but most importantly, in the quest to conserve the wetlands as exhibited through the exhibition, but also the participation of all of us who are here. I would like in a very special way to say thank you to Join for Water, Nature Uganda, and all the other actors, the development partners, private sector players here, the religious and cultural institutions, the academia. There was that wonderful lady who gave us a very nice talk about what she's doing at that young age. And David, you make sure that is an area where we do not have in our structure. We need to make sure in our structure we create and cater for such innovative minds. The design and what? Architecture of the wetlands. It is through partnerships that we can fight this climate crisis. It is not government alone, it is all of us working together. You will note that our wetlands contribute to biodiversity conservation, flood control, microclimate regulation, water provision for domestic agriculture, industry, and hydropower. And in our estimation, more than 5 million people in rural areas are getting their daily fresh water supply from wetlands. But there are also, as the head of cooperation mentioned, sinks for carbon. And we estimate that at least 192 megatons of carbon is stored in the Uganda peatlands alone from our initial estimation. We are grateful that the development partners are supporting us to quantify, and we believe the 192 megatons might be actually on the lower side. But the community resilience to climate change, and we are looking at about 80% of our population who directly depend on wetlands, is a source of concern. Because we are looking at food security, we are looking at water security, we are looking at livelihoods. So what better ecosystem to conserve for climate than wetlands? Ladies and gentlemen, the facts before us is quite worrying. With just about 1.1 degrees Celsius of warming, we already noticed double in the frequency of some of climate-related disasters over the last 20 years. We are seeing extreme weathers, events becoming the new normal. And we are seeing, in a very worrying way, our wetlands that are continuing to disappear. And globally, wetlands is actually disappearing 3 times faster than forests. So it is something that we have to fight. And if you look at the global statistics, since 1970, 35% of the wetlands globally have been lost. And some of them because of this issue of climate change. We see them burning up, we see them shrinking, and losing actually their natural characteristics. In Uganda, our wetlands have declined from 15.6% since 1999. And when we look at the statistics right now, we are looking at about 9.3, and we have about 4% which is heavily degraded, and that requires restoration. So probably we'll be looking at the best scenario, getting to about 14 or so percent with the best efforts of our restoration, because 1% is already vanquished. We have roads that we can't do much about them now, for example. This is not just therefore an environmental issue, it is also economic and human security concern. Wetland continues to face unprecedented threats from human activities due to unsustainable agriculture and planned settlements, deforestation, and pollution. Lost wetlands mean lost shields. It means water and food insecurity, loss of carbon sinks, and loss of livelihoods. As government, we are committed to reversing this trend, and our actions include the following. We are implementing the 10-year plan of restoration of the environment and natural resources of Uganda, and this is running from the period 2021 to 2031 through restoration of over 800,000 hectares of wetlands across the country. But we are also going to do restoration of forest reserves, riverbanks, and lake shores. We are strengthening policies and laws to protect the wetlands, and I would like to applaud all our partners who are supporting us, because we are in the process of coming up with a specific law, specific policy for wetlands management. We have also started, and we are integrating wetlands into our climate commitments, and this is well captured in our NDC 3.0 that will be out before COP30. And Mehdi, who is with us here, will be speaking to that, I'm sure, at some point. We are also promoting sustainable and alternative livelihoods for our people. The program that the head of cooperation talked about, that is funded by the Danish, the one funded by UNDP, GCF, and government of Uganda, are actually some of the activities that I can cite. We are also engaging in global initiatives that foster cooperation and exchange of knowledge, like the Ramsar Convention and the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. Importantly, we are involving the community as part of the solution through engagement, because once they appreciate the beauty of wetlands and they embrace it, they become the best shield for our wetland. We are also strengthening enforcement so that those who deliberately go to break the law by interfering with the wetland ecosystem are stopped and face the consequences therein. As government, we are also promoting initiatives like the wetland cities and the eco park. And we will be seeing some of the wetlands, including our Lubiji, being turned into an eco park, so that it provides the ecosystem that associated wetlands but also becomes a recreational and educational place, but most importantly, sustainable utilization of the wetland resources by the communities that live around them. This vision, dear distinguished participants, requires stronger partnerships, investing in wetlands, secure a safer, greener future for generations to come. Let us commit to acting boldly together and increase our efforts. Turn those words into action after this dialogue. I would like in a very special way to say we put the youth in all our engagements. And I would like to thank Join for Water, Nature Uganda, and the partners for recognizing the youth and involving them in wetlands conservation. And I would also like to challenge these ambassadors to continue championing the cause of wetlands with your colleagues. You are the majority. Your voices are louder than ours. Ours are already shrinking because we have overused them anyway. But yours is still vibrant. So please continue with championing the cause of wetland conservation and wise usage. As I conclude, as well as listen to the different presentations, the lessons from Ramsar COP15 in Zimbabwe and upcoming message to COP30 in Brazil, let's highlight the importance of wetland conservation and the need for collective action. In Zimbabwe, experts warned against environmental destruction, emphasizing the role of wetlands as a natural capital and nature-based solution. Let's amplify this strong message in Brazil about the contribution of wetlands in climate action agenda. We must also learn from their experiences in balancing economic development with environmental protection. I wish to thank the conveners of the National Dialogue, especially Join for Water, the team from the Ministry of Water and Environment, especially the Wetland Management Department, Nature Uganda, and all of you in your various capacities for taking time to join us today. I wish all of you fruitful and candid discussions. Let's come up with actionable recommendations that move the sector forward. It is now my single honor on behalf of the Minister of Water to declare this second National Wetland Dialogue officially open for God and my country. Thank you.
Can we warmly receive our chief guest's opening statement? And our dialogue is officially opened. Just to allow for a couple of things to happen as our chief guest settles in. He has, as mentioned, other engagements and shortly will leave. But before he does, we'll have some photos with our chief guest to formally mark the opening of this dialogue and also to confirm and witness that he was here with us here at the dialogue. So I'll invite the partners, of course, Join for Water and Nature Uganda to come with our head of cooperation of the Belgian embassy to come forward. Our commissioner will join us, and of course our representative of the Danish embassy, please come, and then our chief guest will be in the middle. We'll have these photos, so cameramen and photographers, this is the most important photo for today, and we would like you to capture this moment. It's a very important moment for us. And thereafter, Mr. Lungo will guide on who else should join us thereafter. So, unfortunately, this photo is very gender insensitive. Very gender insensitive. So Lucy maybe should join us to come and clean up this picture. Kim, please also come. This helps a lot, Kim. Kim will be speaking to us shortly before the panel later today. It will be nice. Finally, this picture may look a bit better. Cameraman, I hope you didn't take this picture. It was really terrible for the front page of the New Vision. It's really not... especially when we say that we are fighting for the wetlands and then there's only men fighting for the wetlands. So finally, this looks extremely good. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are having the official photograph, and after that, we'll have our keynote statement or keynote presentation done. We are going to have a working coffee or tea. I see some of you already have jumped that part of the program and you've moved to the tea. So it's okay. Thank you, Chief Guest. Thank you so much, PS Doctor, for joining us. Departure is at leisure, PS, so we don't have to hold you. And now we do the official commemorative autograph by our chief guest on our live painting. This live painting, PS, will send you the official picture at the end when he's completed. But this is to formally request that you append your signature to our live painting of this second Wetlands Dialogue, National Wetlands Dialogue, and all our stakeholders will do the same. And at the end of the day, we will share this formally with all stakeholders, and you will have this live painting at Join for Water, and this will also be shared with our chief guest so he knows what the formal outlook of this painting will look like at the end of the painting. And we want to appreciate Barusia, who puts this together all the time, for a job well done. And it will be quite interesting for you to capture the status as at now and later at the end of the conference when we have a group photo with this painting. So it's a live painting, as we mentioned, that captures the status and of course the conversations throughout the day. So what our artists will be doing through the day is to capture the moments from the different presentations and conversations and represent them in art. And then we'll have the final painting. That's why we call it a live painting at the end of the dialogue. And you will then see the final output of our artists later this evening, in the evening. P.S. You're welcome to coffee. If you're still with us, Chief Guest, you're welcome to join us for tea and coffee. As we now transition very quickly to our keynote presentation. And the presentation which has been prepared for us, we'll be looking at wetlands for climate action. Are we on the same path in addressing the interconnected challenges and leveraging partnerships? All right. Kadila, we ready? It would be nice to have our keynote ready. We would like to transition. All right, so we'll allow for 2-3 minutes so we can pick a coffee quickly. I know the room is cold and I totally understand. So pick yourself some really nice brewed Ugandan coffee and tea. And then Isaiah will come and kickstart our presentation. And then we will transition to the rest of our program. But I want to welcome you to pick a coffee or a tea. And then we should be able to start our presentation in about 3-4 minutes.
I gotta go somewhere, so can we make this quick?
Yeah.
This way, you'll see. Any place to be.
And I know that you've been waiting for it, I'm waiting too. In my imagination, I'll be all up on you. I know you got that fever for me, 102. And boy, I know I feel the same, my temperature's through the roof. If it's a camera up in here, then it's only you put me when I do. If it's a camera up in here, then I best not catch this flick on YouTube. Close up here on your mouth and brag about the secret rendezvous. I will hunt you down. Cause baby, I'm up in my business like a winning interview. But this is private between you and I. Touch my body, put me on the floor, wrestle me around, play with me some more. Touch my body, put me on the bed. I just wanna make you feel give it 100%. And I ain't stopping till I reach the finish. Yeah. I'm a believer, not just a dreamer. I'm giving everything I got. I'm a go-getter, 100%. Undoubtedly I can reach the time. And I ain't gonna let nothing discourage or dissuade me, 'cause I'm walking out of here a champion either way, babe. I'm giving it 100%. So gonna put your ones up. If you're putting in 100, put your ones up, ones up. If you know you can do something, put your ones up, ones up. If you really comprehend this, put your ones up, ones up. If you're walking in the victory, keep on shining, 100%. You can only do it if you do it like I did, 'cause suffering ain't easy. But if you can turn your wounds into living proof that you survived the fight and you're no longer defined.
It's kinda crazy, babe, how I remember things, like where you came from and how you had nothing. I went and made you fly, put extras on your ride. Didn't miss a birthday, now you can't even remember mine. You made it clear to me you wasn't down for me. Love made me blind, baby, but now I see you had things up your sleeve. Oh, don't even lie to me. I even heard it from your family. How could you let somebody lay where I lay? How could you give him everything that we made? How could you call him all the names that you used to call me? How could you just forget about? How could you teach him all the things I taught you? How could you put him onto the ghetto Kama Sutra? How could you put me in the back and give him the front seat? How could you just forget about me? You must be out your mind. You got a lot of nerve to think that I'm gon' chill after all the shit I heard. I damn near carried you. I could've married you. Good thing I found out before I bought that 7-carat for you. I know you're sick about the way I found you out. Go ahead and pack it out. I hope he's got reminders how you should've thought of me before you hopped in the sheets. Damn, I can't believe that you did this to me. How could you let somebody lay where I lay? How could you give him everything that we made? How could you call him all the names that you used to call me? How could you just forget about me? How could you teach him all the things I taught you?
And when we're done, feel my legs. And when we're done, feel your hands all over me, baby. But you can't stop it. Music still playing in the background, and you're almost there. You can do it, I believe in you, baby. So close from here, baby. I'ma be your motivation.
Yeah.
Go, 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 go. Motivation. Go, go, go.
Girl, I turn that thing into a rainforest. Rain on my head, call that brainstorming. Yeah, this is deep. Oh, but I go deeper. Make you lose yourself.
Late night falling, silence in the room. Candlelight flicker, shadows start to bloom. Your touch is gentle, moving with the beat. Every breath you take pulls me off my feet. No hurry, no race, just the sound of your hands. Hearts talking softly in the rhythm that stands. We don't need words, we already understand. Love is written in these slow jams. Play it slow, let the night be true. Every song feels like it's made for you. Hold me closer, don't let go. Slow jam, love is all I know. Velvet voices sliding through the air. Your eyes are music, pulling me in there. Time stands still when you're next to me. Baby, this is how it's meant to be. No hurry, no race, just the sound of your hands. Hearts talking softly in the rhythm that stands. We don't need words, we already understand. Love is written in these slow jams. Play it slow, let the night be true. Every song feels like it's made for you. Hold me closer, don't let go. Slow jam, love is all I know. Let the record spin, let the feelings rise. Lost forever in your midnight eyes. Every moment's like a sweet refrain. I want this slow jam again and again. Play it slow, let the night be true. Every song feels like it's made for you. Hold me closer, don't let go. Slow jam, love is all I know.
All right. You are allowed to pick your coffee and take your seat. We would like to dive into our presentations. It would be nice to at least get the content in when you're still awake this morning. We don't want to lose the most productive part of yourself this morning without giving you all the necessary information. Since we are talking about wetlands and wetland management, it would be nice while you're still fresh to be able to get your content in early. And so we want to, first of all, appreciate all of you who've joined us. If you're just joining us, welcome to this, our second national Wetlands Dialogue. And we want to appreciate our other key stakeholders who are here with us: GIZ, IUCN, Wetlands International, and Environment Alert. Thank you for joining us, and we welcome you to the dialogue. So I'll just give it a minute to allow for people to pick a bit of chicken. The chicken center, Isaiah, is the most active this morning. Yeah. I thought the coffee would be the most on attack, but the chicken seems to be. But to be honest, the most important thing about the chicken is that we need to deal with the wetlands. Then we will have more chicken. Yeah, trust me. I had a very interesting sighting recently. I think in less than a month at the wetland just before Katovu. I think it's called Katovu Katonga. Huh? Not Katonga. The wetland just before you reach Katovu. No, Rera is another place, sir. I am here before I reach the Antonde from Barara. It's called something Kakatovu. Something. No, that wetland just before you reach. I think so. But anywho, there was a Crested Cranes conference. Chianja, eh? Yes. There was a Crested Cranes conference. So I'm on my way back to Kampala, and then it's you first sight the first maybe 100 cranes. Then you discover there are more than 100. There's probably another 100 in front of you. And I just had to turn back. I came back now for the photos, official photos. I think I'll share with our team. But also one of my best sightings, because I had never seen this. Everyone has always told us, you want to see the shoe bill, you must get onto a boat and go to Mabamba. I saw something that looked like a shoe bill. So as I saw the cranes, I told myself, wait, I also think I saw a shoe bill. Let me drive back. And lo and behold, who do I find? First of all, the most important thing is after I park, I discover I'm not the only one who was parked there, that one of Uganda's finest birders is there, and he has been told of this conference, and he needs to come and capture it, because it's a rare sighting of more than, if you see more than 200 crested cranes in a location. Rare sighting. So we turn back, and who do I find? I find Herbert Biaruhanga, who is Uganda's finest birder, but also a tour operator. And he's there with his zoom camera, because he has been told by the local guide that there is a special sighting. And so the one thing I take away from here is, if we then don't have these wetlands, I'll never see something like that again. But then we discovered, and they told us the shoe bill had now spent a week there. So there was actually a real shoe bill. So I hadn't seen badly. And so Herbert confirmed, no, it's been here 1 week, and we don't know how long it will be here. We think there's more than one here, but we haven't seen the second one. And unfortunately, a week later it left, so it didn't stay for more people to see it. It's a really rare sighting and a beautiful picture to see. And so if you ever are on that road, keep looking out. You never know, you might be able to see something. All right, can we have everyone back? I know the coffee is attractive at the end there. If you could take your seats, we'd like to dive into the presentation. I'd like to invite Isaiah, who will start off this conversation with a presentation from Join for Water. And then we'll have a doctor from Nature Uganda do the same before we dive into the presentation by the Wetland Management Department. So, Isaiah, feel free. You can be mobile since it's a presentation and you have a clicker. So all is good. Presentation, Isaiah's presentation? Yes.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Just to ask again that the colleagues at the back, please, I don't want to point at you. Can I ask that you take your seats and then we get into the presentation? Because I'm pretty sure that your attention will be very much diverted. And yes, we need to protect wetlands so that we have more worms for the chicken. Otherwise, without that, then there will be no more chicken. So this presentation is about our story as Join for Water. So it's our story about wetlands and what we have been doing and what we're going to continue doing for the wetland within the country. And before I speak more about it, I want to ask, because this is a presentation that I'm doing on behalf of all the partners that we work with. And so I want to ask my colleagues from Join for Water, the colleagues from Jesse, Channing, and NRDI to stand, because this is the work that we do with them. Can I ask the colleagues from? Yes, thank you. So those are the colleagues from the different organizations that we work with to bring this story to you. So this story is informed, we are informed of a number of issues. So this is a story that begins from an area called Mbanga. The map on the other side, on the right, is the map of Mbanga catchment area in western Uganda, where this story begins. So it's an area where Mpanga. Okay, thank you for the correction. So it is a catchment after a prominent river, Mbanga, for those who have been to Fort Potro, Kamwenge, and other areas. And so we are working on the wetlands within the Mbanga wetland system, and specifically in the city of Fort Potro. So that's where the story is very much concentrated. So working within that particular catchment, but a lot of work that we do is within the city of Fort Potro. Much of the work on wetlands is in the city of Fort Potro, but we also have some activities south of the Mbanga in Kitagwenda and Kamwenge. Now we are informed, facts and figures. The chief guest, the PS, was speaking about these figures here. And so we are informed about the wetland coverage. I know you also know that records indicate that about 13.9%, and only of this, 9.3 are intact. However, from information, and I have always asked the commissioner to verify this, after the wetland, the national wetland, sorry, the World Wetland Week, sorry, after the World Wetland Day in February this year, this information came that only 8% of the wetlands still stand. And I've informed the ministry to verify this information if it is true. So whereas we have 13.9 and 9.3, other sources indicate that we have only 8% of the wetlands remaining. I can't verify, but I've asked the ministry to verify this. Now, we are also aware from the records of government and other documentaries, other documents, that wetlands contribute indirectly, and over 1 billion Uganda shillings. The minister mentioned it in her speech, that they contribute to 5 billion Uganda shillings for people every day in the wetlands. I had to put a source. And that also 80% of Uganda population directly relies on these wetlands because they supply a lot of ecosystem services and many other services. That was mentioned in the speech by the minister. We are also aware, and the guest of honor mentioned, the number of policies. Unfortunately, I don't know what's happening with the screen, but the minister mentioned about a number of policies, and so there is a legal framework to the wetlands in this country, and just a few of them, we have the Constitution, and then the Land Act. We have other regulations that speak to the issues of wetland in this country, and therefore this dialogue gives us an opportunity to speak to some of these and also to harmonize on some of them from the many discussions that we will have in here. But we are also aware, now this is what our story speaks very much, and in the area where we work, that wetlands are under a lot of pressure. This city that you see, or this area that you see, is a wetland area or used to be a wetland area. So some of the pressures are urbanization, infrastructure development, and you can see from the video that that is the stream that is remaining of the bigger wetland that used to exist. So a lot of construction is happening everywhere in wetlands. So degradation is taking place in many forms, from agriculture, from urbanization, from settlement, from industrialization, from infrastructure development, and many, many, many other things are happening within these wetlands. Recently, and I'm yet to verify, the World Wetland Atlas, I'm told, indicates that up to the area of the size of India has been lost. And it is lost to activities such as this. It means if Uganda was India, or if Uganda is equivalent to the size of India, then it would mean that a country like Uganda would no longer be existent. So quite a number of issues are happening next in wetlands, and what we saw there happens in the city of Fort Potro, where we have been working, or in the catchment of Bang. And again, this is what you see happening. You can see that there is a lot of agriculture, and that whole stretch is under immense pressure. Now, to try to curb some of these issues, or as part of our work, we are working and have been working with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the city authorities in Fort Potro City, and the district local government of Kabarole to develop an inventory. So we've taken stock of all the wetlands in the city of Fort Potro so that we can know their boundaries, we can know the issues that happen within them, who is using them, and what are they using them for. Because one of the issues is that people assume that these wetlands are wastelands, and they also think that these wetlands are for everyone, so they can use them in any way they want. And because they don't know where these boundaries are, we had to take a stock of all the wetlands so that we can know, together with the stakeholders and the city, who is using them and what are the issues within these wetlands. And out of this multi-stakeholder engagement, engaging a lot of people from the communities, the private sector, the academia, government, and others, we have been able to develop and map all the wetlands in the city of Fort Potro. And this map, this document on the left, is the Fort Potro City Wetland Inventory. And this activity, or this we did last year. And this map that you see are some of the wetlands, or all the wetlands within the city of Fort Potro. Now we know them, we know the size of each of them, just one system, so we know how much is there, we know the issues that take place in them. And so after developing this inventory, together with the community and the other stakeholders, we had to develop what we call an action plan, a wetland action plan for Fort Potro City. So the other document on the left is the wetland management, sorry, the wetland action plan for the city of Fort Potro. And in this action plan, a number of recommendations were mentioned. So a number of actions were proposed, from restoration to management and others. And as part of the recommendation in the action plan, one of them was that we can restore these wetlands so that we can improve access to their ecosystem services. And as part of the restoration, the stakeholders mentioned or recommended that, one, we have to demarcate them, all of them. And Bwana Commissioner, unfortunately, we don't have all the money because there are quite many. We couldn't demarcate the entire system. So we have worked, and we are still working on only 3 that are most critical. So the demarcation exercise of these wetlands is taking place in the city of Fort Potro, The other wetland on the left sits in the city, and the first video I showed actually falls within this wetland. So some houses, unfortunately, have been demarcated back into the wetland. And these are the challenges that we face as part of our story, as I will indicate. So these are some of the wetlands that we are working on in the city of Fort Potro. And as of today, we have demarcated up to 65 kilometers of the wetland stretch in the city of Fort Potro. And again, like I mentioned, this activity we are doing with the Ministry of Water and Environment, the Wetland Management Department, and the city authorities of Fort Potro. And you can see the gentleman and the lady from the other side. The two gentlemen, one of them is the wetlands officer who sits at the Albert Water Management Zone. The gentleman with the book is the regional wetlands officer? Yeah, the regional wetlands coordinator. We are very much careful in assuring that we don't do anything beyond and below what the ministry recommends. And we want to thank you very much for the support that you have given to us always in this work that we are doing. So, this is part of what we have been doing in Fort Potro. And then, this particular one is not in Fort Potro. We have also done some activities of riverbank demarcation. This is a river. This is along River Semliki in Toroko. This work we've done together with the district local government of Toroko. And the other picture is the demarcation that we are doing on River Mbanga in the southern part of the Mbanga stream. This is in Kitagwenda district, where we have been doing this activity. And just to interest you, Bwana Commission and the colleagues, you could see, or you can see, that this part where we have demarcated in Semliki, inside, the other side, there is a lot of rejuvenation, natural rejuvenation taking place as compared to what happens here. And this demonstrates that yes, when wetlands are restored and riverbanks, chances are high that their capacity to deliver ecosystem services, flood control, water filtration, and others are improved. As part of the work that we do in Fort Potro, and I want to invite my colleague, like I mentioned, we are also doing what we call action research, because we tell the people in Fort Potro and other areas that when you protect wetlands, they will have to, their capacity to improve the quality of water is improved, and so you can have access to water. And so we are trying to prove ourselves by doing an action research to look at the control and treatment areas. Areas where we are doing demarcation or where we are doing protection of wetlands. We have picked water samples a few months ago, and the colleague will speak to that. And then he will also show you what we were able to find out. And then as time goes, we will be able to go back and find out what has happened.
Okay, as part of under Hilton project, with support of John for Water, Kianinga Forest Foundation is doing the action research, whereby we are looking at the water quality of different rivers that flow through the wetland that are being worked on under the project. So in the first picture here, it's where we embraced the method of sampling, which is called the kicknet method, whereby you go in the river, then you dislodge, like you try to kick the riverbed, and then you cause the macroinvertebrates that live in the system to go into your net. Then we collect them, identify them, and then we score them, whereby we are referring to a scoring system called TARIS, which is a Tanzanian scoring system, which has been tried here several times by different researchers, and the macroinvertebrates have different sensitivity scores and also sensitivity tolerance to the water quality, whereby there are some benthic macroinvertebrates that can live in pristine water or clean water, as you can say it, and also those in polluted and those ones in critically polluted. For example, like the ones that can live in polluted water, they are the leeches, mosquito larvae, and maybe those ones which can be in polluted water, we can find beetles, water beetles, and also those ones which can live in pristine water, you can find the caddisfly, the mayflies, the stoneflies, and the rest. So we combine this. Our plan is to develop like a scorecard that we can use, whereby we will have to put these pictures of the macroinvertebrates with the scores. Then we use that scorecard to train the community how they can do the water quality testing themselves. So after we have compiled it, we will go and test it with the students and also some stakeholders and also the community members, so that they can always look at the trends of the water quality from the start of demarcation and after, like some years that come. So before the demarcation, we looked at these rivers. These are some of the results, whereby we put the color codes. Like the green one shows the natural, that means the water quality is pristine. Then the yellow one, we mean the water is polluted. So the red one, that means the water is critically polluted. So our engagement with support from the Hilton Foundation, we will continue to monitor the trend. Like before, it is this result. Like after 10, 15 years, we will try to see if the impact has been put after demarcating and doing the restoration of these wetlands.
Thank you. I will continue. So we are trying to do that research to find out if wetlands really help in the improvement of the quality of water. And then the other activity, you had the minister inform us that they're trying to integrate wetland management into climate action. So what we have done, I indicated to you that we have the wetland action plan for Fort Portal City, and so we agreed, again working with the city authority and the other stakeholders, to have the wetland action plan integrated into the Fort Portal City development plan, such that all sectors within the district or all sectors within the city can have some activity to do with management of wetlands. The good thing is the city is represented by the natural resources officer. She's here, and so in our interactions, she will or she can explain to you how this happens. But as I speak, all the sectors or the wetland action plan that I indicated to you here has been integrated into this document of Fort Portal City. And again, as part of the restoration efforts, the action plan and the stakeholders recommended that we need to do continuous community assessment, community rising. So we've gone ahead of time to speak, to sensitize, to mobilize the residents of Fort Portal City to join efforts, to join government, to join the city authorities, to join for water and our stakeholders in the management of wetlands in Fort Portal City. I know at a later hour some voices will be played that give feedback about what's happening in the city from the city residents. So we are using the local media, the radio stations in Fort Portal City, to speak to the residents there about the need to have these wetlands conserved. And again, as part of community raising awareness, the colleague will explain to us, because during the visit to the stall, we were informed about storytelling. We were informed about how communities are being engaged, using local communities themselves to speak to one another about the need to have this wetland conserved. And the partner who does this will explain, and then I'll come to the last slide.
So as part of our advocacy work, we advocated for say no to fires, since most of the wetlands in Uganda are being threatened by fire. Like, people have also a myth that if you ban wetlands, you will have to create like rain. So we are trying to raise that awareness through community engagement. You can look in the below picture, whereby we had to bring together the communities, and we sensitize them on how they can sustainably use the land, the wetland, and also try to keep the wetlands like intact. Then whereby, as Mr. Isaiah mentioned, from the grassroots, also we move home to homes. You can see in the other corner whereby one of our field officer went to, in fact, personal interaction between community members and our officer, whereby we try to explain to them how they can live with a wetland, utilize it sustainably, and then both can coexist, not like us getting resources from it and then like killing it. If I can explain to you some of, there is one of the wetland called Nyabukara, which was very big. Like, we had like 308 acres of it, but like in 17 years, we only have like 120 acres. So like every year, they are trying to degrade like 7 acres every year. So this is done through burning. So that's why we advocated for the theme, say no to fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kadiri. And from this work that we have done, we have recorded some successes. And thanks again to the media, who are also our partners in the fight against the degradation of wetlands. This picture speaks for itself. I don't want to speak about it, otherwise I could be misquoted. But after our engagement and after the production of the wetland inventory, then government swung into action. And one of the people, or the developers, who was working in the wetland trying to fill it, was arrested. Thanks to the efforts of the Natural Resources Environment Officer for Fort Potro, she's seated there, who worked with Environment Police to have this gentleman here. We have had challenges, and I want to ask the sound team to play for us. I don't know if we have the sound, but
nimpura okusalirwa kwa maani muno habw'okurora ngu nahija abantu abatakumanya nibasimba ebikondo mu mataka gaitu, kandi abantu abo nibeyeta abantu banema, kandi kunti bali banema bantu eb'ekitongole ekikwetwa joint, ekitongole kikwetebwa Joint for Water Uganda, ekitakwetegerezebwa bayizire bataha mu mataka gaitu, kandi bataha mu mataka g'abantu bengi, nibeyeta abantu banema nibasimba ebikondo mu mataka g'abantu. Kandi tukahikira RCC, abebembezi ba gavumenti boona abakwatibwaho nibagamba abantu abo tibakozereki, tibabamanyire. Nabwe ekintu tusaba gavumenti ije etahemu ensonga zaitu mu bwangu, esobole okutujuna abantu abasuma bano. Mutyo muno.
Thank you very much. So I don't know, I don't speak too much Lutoro, but I can loosely translate. This gentleman was sending he was calling on government, and he was informing government that there is an invasion in Fort Potro, where an organization that calls itself NEMA, when actually it is not NEMA, has come and begun to plant pillars in their land. And I mentioned that people think that wetlands belongs to them. They think it is their land. So we are being accused of stealing land, join for water. And then he's calling on government, and us also work with government. So he's calling on the ministry to come and help them get these people and maybe apprehend them. I don't know what that meant, but he wanted people, government, to come and help them. And this is where we find a very big challenge as a development partner. One, we work with government on management of wetland resources. Two, like I showed you, we have done everything in line with government, not going astray. So at the end of the day, a community member is accusing us of taking their land. So these are some of the challenges that we face in the field of work that we do. And of course, with this kind of challenges, working on wetlands will still remain a very big issue in this country and elsewhere, where community think that it is their right to use these wetlands. We have tried to come to a win-win situation, and I want to thank the Ministry of Water. During this time, the ministry came out to clarify, and I want to thank Dr. Karist, who is not here. I remember him speaking to the media and saying, the work on wetland restoration in the city of Fort Potro is the work of government. That government is very much aware of what is happening. The partner that is doing work in Fort Potro is known to the ministry, and there is a memorandum of understanding. So it is not land grabbing, but it is government work, only that government is working through a partner. Thank you for that clarification. We cannot thank you enough, but it cleared the air that we are not grabbing anyone's land. So there is still many challenges on data, and it is very much difficult to collect data on wetlands because a lot of information is not easily accessible. But also the challenge we have, and I want to bring this to your attention, when a commissioner and the colleagues from the ministry, that there's a lot of expectations. So when you come to work in an area like that, a community member that is aware that they live in a wetland expects us to compensate them. And unfortunately, we are not government. We cannot manage to compensate people to compensate them and then ask them to leave. It is not possible. Number two, we are not policy enforcers. So enforcing a policy of eviction is not our role. We cannot manage that. But we also find challenges with the people that we work with sometimes. For example, and I don't know what this means, you find that the district or a colleague at the ministry, at the city of a district, the level of a district, think that it is the role of the natural resources officer or the head, the natural resources department, to protect wetlands. They don't think it is their role as education sector, as health sector, as agriculture sector, as fisheries, to protect natural resources. And so that's why it is very difficult. It has become a one-man's show. And I don't know, because you sit at some other tables, my recommendation would be that it is important that, just like the minister mentioned, climate action, wetland action, should be integrated across all sectors, not only in climate, because when there is flooding, schools are affected. When it's flooding, health is affected. The markets are affected. So all these sectors in our recommendation, they need to do something. Otherwise, if not, then the market cannot operate. For example, no one can cross a flooded road. And that's not the role of the wetlands officer or the environment officer to do alone. Finally, we still hope to do some activities as part of the work we are doing and going forward until end of next year, we still want to do a training on wetland restoration. And again, we will come to the ministry to ask you for your team to come to Fort Potro with us and conduct a training of stakeholders on wetland restoration, because the Wetland Action Plan for Fort Potro suggests and recommends that there should be a wetland training for a number of stakeholders. So we want to identify them and invite you to come and train them, because we know this capacity stays at the ministry. We are going to continue with some interventions, and as I speak, there are some interventions that are still ongoing based on the action plan, and so we want to continue with these interventions that have been recommended around the wetland area. We have some funds, not too much, about green livelihoods. I heard in the speech of the minister being mentioned, but we are still in discussions, because the wetland community, people who use these wetlands, cannot just be given something that they cannot do. For example, we cannot just say, we're going to give you bees or apiary, we're going to give you aquaculture, or we're going to do this. We want to find out from the ministry, from your experience, and maybe the gentleman, the Danish embassy will help us on this, because I know that they are working with communities somewhere in eastern Uganda, communities living within the wetlands. So we are still in discussions. What is the best livelihood alternative? Because just coming and suggesting that this is what is going to be done is still an issue. And given that Fort Potro is a city and urban area, it needs a lot of thinking of what is the best option that can be given to the people of Fort Potro. In the presentation of the colleague from the university, she explained about the Wetland Education Center. That is one that we want to put in Fort Potro, and I think it will be in line with the eco park that the minister mentioned about. And then finally, we want to support the city of Fort Potro in coming up with the wetland ordinance for Fort Potro city. So this is our story. And very, very last, which is not here, now we are in the process of upscaling this activity to the city of Lira. So what we are doing here in Fort Potro, we want to transfer it to another city in Uganda, northern Uganda, the city of Lira. And we are in negotiations with the donor who is willing to give us funds at the beginning of next year so that we can move this activity north. And so in the city of Lira, we will be doing another wetland inventory for Lira city and a wetland action plan for the city of Lira. Of course, just like I showed you the challenges, we also anticipate that working in Lira will not be very easy, because wetlands are very, very sensitive ecosystems. But we bank on you, because we know that when challenges rise, you will be there to shock absorb us. We thank you very much, and over to you, Maurice.
That was probably for the presentation, but also for the speakers. Can we appreciate our presenters, ladies and gentlemen? So what we wanted to do was have the presentations done together. But if there is a quick question, you think you might forget the question. Usually you write these things, but you might forget the question. And you think it's very burning and you want Isaiah to speak to it. It would be nice to... An observation? Okay, it doesn't have to be a question. Maybe I asked the wrong thing. Yeah, quick observation. Huh? Contradiction. Oh, okay. I was wondering how would that... Contribution. Keep it short before I invite... Doctor, are you the one doing the presentation? Ah, excellent.
Yes, thank you. I have two observations to make. The first one, when you are working in wetlands management, be like Apostle Paul, who knew when he goes to Jerusalem, he would be in prison, he would be accused, but never stopped going to Jerusalem to preach the word. So once you work for wetlands, they will accuse you. They will label you anything. You are taking land, but it should not stop you from working. That's number one. Number two, when you go to Lira, it will be easier than any other district you are going to work in. I'm assuring you, may I come from there. Thank you.
I'm not sure. Is it Kadil bribing you? I'm just for the observation. Ah, okay. Good. I totally agree. Lira will be more receptive because they understand the value of this. Okay. Any other? I think we'll now move to the next presentation. Doctor, we may adjust the program. Oh, yes. One. Doctor, as you make your way up there, there's an observation here. 2 observations. We'll keep them short.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was very wonderful. I also come from Fort Porto, so but I can't bless him for the security like he's talking about. So we appreciate the work being done by the partner. Of course, there's some concerns. Communities come from concerns, so we need to partner. I went for Porto one time. I think I saw one of the boundary marking they had done. So you see, when you put a boundary and it has people in the wetland, there we need to come together now to see, because that means they've got to move. It means when you set a boundary and you realize there are some, for example, households who are living in the wetland, then we need to work with NEMA to do and the ministry to do an enforcement there to ensure that those people gradually move, and we have those conversations. So I saw the boundary, and the community they were not sure where they should live. But of course, for enforcement, that means they have got to live. So to me, that is something I think as you go on, even as you go to leader, as we're making these demarcations, and we need now to issue them restoration orders, so that they stand and they know that a restoration order can stand for the next 100 years. As long as somebody's in the wetland, they should be able to live. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For record, I'm Tuliamuleba Moses, District Natural Resources Officer, Chitagwenda. I want to thank Isaiah for for taking us through his journey, all through. I make one observation: the submissions. He did indicate that as he engages these communities who are occupying these wetlands, of course using them as sources of livelihood, would wish to seek help from government to guide in terms of selecting alternative sources of livelihood. My suggestion would be it is the communities who understand what they want and their needs. And on this, I would like to guide that during our engagements, let us also explore what enterprises, what are the needs of these communities, such that we do it alongside our engagements. But of course, government has priority enterprises like PDM of high value crops and whatever. But as we wait for maybe further guidance, we should also explore during our engagements to find out what are the real community needs and then prioritize them at that level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. I noticed for Porto people want to speak more. I don't know why, but...
Thank you, Isaiah, for that wonderful presentation. And I am happy I was part of the inventory process. You kept mentioning issues you're referring to the ministry for clarification, especially on data. As of 1994-95 mapping, yes, we're at 15.6%. By 2008, the intact wetland cover had dropped to 10.8%. 2015, we moved down to 8.9. But the last mapping exercise we undertook were at 9.3%. So you're very correct to mention 9.3%. 8% is nowhere in our database unless there's a recent mapping that was done. But what we have is 9.3% as our intact wetland cover. Yes, it's the official wetland coverage. Then regarding the wetland education center. Maybe my commissioner will speak to it at a later time. We have plans to develop some urban wetlands into eco parks, and Impanga in Fort Portal City is one of the wetlands that was selected for development into a wetland eco park. Of course, there are still a lot of challenges. We are still soliciting for funds to undertake feasibility, but it's one of the proposals.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is on the biological monitoring of the water resources. Actually, I like that methodology, and it's an interesting one that we can scale up. We could also share notes. IUCN has also been undertaking the same, but using a different scale or tool. So I'll be interested to compare notes with the team so that we see how we can scale this up. But otherwise, it's a really good approach for us to take. Thanks.
And the final one, because I need the doctor to continue the presentations. We will come to a Q&A session, don't you worry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Isaiah, for the presentation. My question is on the extent of community engagement and how best does it bridge some certain gaps that come up after demarcation. I'll share an experience. So recently, my auntie happens to be, I think, one of the persons that were affected when they were demarcating some of the wetlands, I think in Utangwa. And she calls me and she's like, Lillian, I need you to help me. I'm like, okay, tell me what's happening. So she's like, recently they came and demarcated some wetlands, but there is a certain individual that has collected all of us, those who were affected, and he's telling us that they can actually move the pillars at a distance from where they have been put, and they were asking for 500,000 for those pillars to be moved. So my question is, when you're doing these engagements with communities, how do you ensure that communities really get to understand that these pillars are put by the mandate of Ministry of Water and Environment and they cannot be moved by any other person? Because without them understanding that, there is that gap that remains, and they are taking advantage of some of these people that come. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm called Jimmy Muhozi Muhebwa. I work with Nature Uganda, and I'm the director for conservation. I'm glad about the environment, about the wetland action plan that you developed. But my wish was that now, since you are going to Lira, rather than keep it a wetlands action plan, can you try, or can you see it feasible to make it an environment and natural resources action plan? Because you could use the same amount of money to come up with a bigger document that takes into consideration the wetlands, but also the wider part of the environment. Thank you.
All right. Isaiah, do you want to say something quickly before we move to the next presentation? Thanks.
You want to, okay, so that I shouldn't shout. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments and the recommendations. 2 questions to respond to: community engagement and turning this into a natural resources management plan instead of only an action plan. Maybe what I didn't mention, and I want to mention it very clearly, that the work on wetlands we are doing in the city of Fort Portal is being supported by the Hilton Foundation. So that is the donor, but also with some supplementary funding from DGD. The representative of the Belgian government was here. I would like, because we don't do this activity in isolation, we are doing it with a partner, to give the opportunity to Benon to respond to the question that Lillian asked. Because it is true that community members, and we had this, who were being asked to pay some money so that pillars can be moved. And thanks to, I don't know if Benon is here, is NRDI in the room? Because this is the activity that they did, and I wanted them to do the response. But to answer you as he comes, there has been a wide stakeholder, actually stakeholders engagement. Specifically for the case of Butangwa, where this happened, a lot of engagements, and in one of the pictures, you are not around, I was showing the community of Butangwa in one of the engagements, because there was a lot of contestation. So a lot of multi-stakeholder back and forth consultations on issues to do with managing. So we try as much as we can. And again, I want to thank the ministry because they had to send us a team to support in the demarcation, but also to support in the sensitization. The gentleman I projected here called Businge is very, very knowledgeable on issues to do with the regulations of wetlands. And so in all these meetings, he was there to clarify why it is important to demarcate a wetland, what guides the demarcation. And this demarcation that we did, the map that I showed here, was a map developed by the GIS specialist from the wetland department. It is not our work. Benon, you are here, there was a question, very critical question, how widely do we engage the communities? Because in Butangwa, where her aunt stays, there were discussions on shifting pillars. But in that meeting, one of the community members, and I want to thank community members, one, from our experience, we've learned that community members are aware, one, that they are staying in wetlands. Because you could hear someone say, yes, we were told that this is a wetland. We lived here, we know that this is a wetland, except that we did not know that it belongs to government, but we know for sure that this is a wetland. And for demarcation and shifting of pillars, the person we asked or we contracted to plan these pillars, he has done us a good thing. And the good thing he has done is that everyone that has reached him to give him money so that the pillar can be shifted, he has refused that. And one of the community members, I know that your auntie was in that meeting, one of the community members challenged them and said, the fact is that these pillars have been marked using a machine. And this information is already at the ministry. Even if you remove this pillar, ministry will come back and find where the pillar was planted. That was from a community member who would not give anything to understand, to cause him to understand. So, fact is that the community or some community members are aware that these wetlands are areas not supposed to be inhibited, and some of them are aware that once government comes in, because the wetland demarcation in the area you are speaking about was indicated by the Ministry of Water, and the ministry was telling us from the Gazette that this area has been demarcated from the year 1963. So, Lillian, I want to speak categorically in this meeting that yes, cases of people wanting to give money to the people doing the demarcation have been there, but again, I know for a fact that none of the people who did the demarcation ever accepted a single coin, because there is no pillar that was shifted at all. So for the question that came from the gentleman of turning this into a natural resources management plan, we are moving it to Lira. Yes, true. We are not stopping the work in Fort Potro. So around next year, mid next year, we have had discussions again with the donor who is funding the activity in Fort Potro to begin the discussion on how do we expand, because like I mentioned, the wetland in the Mbanga system are quite many, specifically in the city of Fort Potro. And I said we are working only on 3 as a pilot. I know that the ministry does not want to hear that. As a demonstration, not as a pilot. So we are working on only 3 to demonstrate how wetlands can be protected. And so in the discussion we've had with this donor, he says we cannot only do the inventory and leave. We want to see how we can do more and more. So we will engage you, the Natural Resources Officer for Fort Portal City, and other partners, of course, including Nature Uganda, because we know you do a lot of work on wetlands. So we will engage again and see, with guidance from the ministry, how we can turn this into a natural resources management and action plan. Thank you, and over to you.
Let's appreciate the team. This is very comprehensive. And time allowing, again, a little later or even after lunch, we should have a continuous conversation, because the panel will dig into a lot of the information we have from the presentations, and then we can take the questions during our plenary session. Doctor, you're welcome. And while he joins us, we want to appreciate our Commissioner, Stephen Mugabe, who joined us. Commissioner, thank you for joining us. Karibu. Thank you so much. Can we appreciate our Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen? The fact that the entire ministry is almost here tells you the commitment to address this issue. The issue of wetland management.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I am here to present on the role of wetlands in biodiversity conservation. I'm not actually Sibya Rohanga, as I indicated, and I'm not the ED of Nature Uganda. I'm a research associate of Nature Uganda, and I have the honor to present what the ED guided me on, plus my own information as a senior researcher in the system. Matthias Vehangana, once again, is my name, and Nature Uganda is very experienced in biodiversity research. Our presentation will cover the agenda, the objectives. We'll follow the order: introduction, background to habitat loss in Uganda, importance of Marchon Falls National Park area, and these are outliers. So ignore those other outliers because they were for another report. So I got good information from my ED and combined it to present to you the biodiversity conservation in wetlands of Uganda. Who is Nature Uganda? Nature Uganda is the East African Natural History Society. When I entered Makerere many years ago, we had the patrons as the 3 presidents of East Africa. At that time, there was no Nature Uganda. Then Nature Uganda was formed, was born as because of the East African community. Each country felt strong enough to house its own East African Natural History Society, and we got the name Nature Uganda. There is Nature Kenya, there is also Nature Tanzania. It's the oldest, we still prescribe to the old straight line, the old principles of the East African Natural History Society, formed in 1909, more than 100 years ago. As a scientific organization with the primary aim of documenting the diversity in wildlife in East Africa. The mission is to promote the understanding, appreciation, and conservation of nature. And our main strategic goal is to contribute to biodiversity conservation and sustainable natural resource management at both national and international levels. We are happy to have very important and strong partnerships, first with the people here in the room, and to join for water and partner with you in conservation of wetlands. Our partners include international, national, and local levels. We are a membership society with over 300 members, and we have strong working group. I'm a strong herpetologist. I'm the lead herpetologist in Uganda. Means if you talk of amphibians or reptiles, consult Matthias. I'm a member of ICN Species Survival Commission, and I guide on species identification and the level and status of conservation of these species. We also have all the working groups that constitute biodiversity, vegetation. We have doodles, the insects group. We have the fish. We have the birds. Nature Uganda strongly is on birds, but we have all those other working groups, and we coordinate with other members in universities and other memberships to strengthen the biodiversity section. So any partner who wants to do biodiversity research, management and conservation, don't even dream. Nature Uganda has it all. Join us and we shall give you support. We are happy to join and support you all. We work on wetlands. That one is one of the focal areas we are strong at. Our work covers research, conservation including community livelihoods, interventions, public awareness and education, policy and advocacy, and other habitats. We look at several habitats, several ecosystems, several areas where funds can take us, where we are invited, there we go. So where are we now? Let's talk about the wetlands, which we are focusing at today as our theme for dialogue. Forest cover, we talk of wetlands, but remember wetlands are not standalones. The wetlands sometimes get water from some other catchment areas. If you don't have forests, if you don't have well-managed uplands, mountains, we're going to have poor wetlands or no wetlands at all. So they are intertwined. Let's start with forest cover. Forest cover has declined over the last 25 years, and the prediction for the future is not good. Look at that graph. Many million hectares of land of forest cover have been lost. From the big green, when you have a big forest and canopy and you have good shade, to where you start saying, the sun is hitting me too hard, and that's when you start feeling it hot. The red is in the corner there. The numbers are, by 2025, by now, look like, we are still feeling hot, but 2030 can be worse. Immediately there's a trigger that must ring in your mind. What should we do if you don't want to get the heat? Whenever I met my old professor, they were like, Matthias, where is your hair going? Me, I'm better off because the hair shades me. So so when I'm out there for research, I have a problem because I have to have a hat, a cap to protect. You too, we too, wherever in the whole world, if we don't do enough on forest cover, that's what may happen. 2030, you may have little or no forest, and you will feel the real heat. Over 95% of people in Uganda depend on biomass energy. Firewood is equal 40 tons, charcoal about 1 million tons. One cause for depleting the forest. One of the causes that influences decline forest cover. And electricity is too expensive. You can even high-ranking people need charcoal. Some of the vehicles we see over the weekends coming from up country carrying charcoal are not for my grandfather, but some of us here in Kampala, we like charcoal. It also cooks well. Electricity is too expensive, most restricted to lighting. Cooking, boiling remains on firewood. Forest cover declined from 5 million hectares in 1990 to less than 1.8 million in 2015. And forest clearance for agriculture is one of the key threats. Overharvesting and degradation of forests ensues from this activity. And encouragement of government reserves and the gazetting of forest reserves for alternative uses is one other reason why we have a decline in forest cover. The other thing which the foresters who are here are not telling us is that we are reverting to monoculture. We are ignoring our indigenous trees and going for Australian and Arctic or European trees. These are not native, and we don't know the consequences purely. Wetlands. I indicated with forests are catchment areas for water, and some of this water goes into the wetlands. And the wetlands too are not just stable. As you can see, since 1994 to 2021, the wetland cover has been reducing. The countrywide wetland coverage dropped from 37,346.3 square kilometers in 1994, i.e. 15.5%, to 21,526.3 square kilometers, or 8.9%. The loss of 1,582,000 hectares in 25 years, quite a huge loss. If this trend is not reversed by the deliberate and dedicated restoration efforts and programs countrywide, we shall be left with only 1.6% by 2040, which is unacceptable. One joke which I got when reading was like, you only realize the importance of a tree when the sun hits you hard. You would visit the desert, then you realize that these desert people have been living with the real trouble. Wetlands in Uganda are largely unprotected and surrounded by communities, villages who often drain them for agricultural settlement. This picture is from the wetlands of Rubanda, Western Uganda. When I was young, going to Kabale, where I started from, most of these were wetlands. We had a very rich man called Batuma who decided to have the whole wetland with dairy farm. And other rich people followed suit. In some areas, you may find only a pitch of wetland remaining, and even that people are fighting, they want that wetland. So there is alternatively, literally, all upland wetlands in Western Uganda have been lost, literally. Physically, I'm from Western Uganda, so I know since I was born that wetlands have been going because we love cows, we love milk, and the easy way to have good pasture is drain the wetlands. So this is a picture of what's happening in some wetlands. The threat. It shows you some serious threat, good for people, but the consequences are dire. Now, let's use what Nature Uganda does to show you what results, what comes out of loss of wetland, vegetation, wetland habitats. Using birds as a proxy for biodiversity, wetlands contain 25% of biodiversity in Uganda, and up to 35% are associated with wetlands. 25. So if you lose 20, the 20 of 25%, put there the calculation on how much biodiversity can equally be lost. So you lose some wetland, you lose biodiversity as well. There are some and lose sometimes completely. Some species are habitat specific. Others can, come and survive, but there are some which need complete internal system of wetland for them to survive. So the depletion of wetland is leading sometimes to extinction of some species. The key threat to wetlands, as we may know, but to reinforce this, the key threats are population growth. We want produce, but that population needs where to survive for food, for other resources. Population growth increases is a threat, a key threat to wetland degradation. Overexploitation. Sometimes even when the wetlands are not necessarily needed to be, one doesn't need to use them completely, we still want to go there. People still want to go there. Or sometimes the only alternative area people can go. My ED will tell you is from Rwanda. You tell you people in his area tell him, you see there is a lot of drainage and the resources, the minerals, when it rains are washed down to the valley, and so we want to go and grow our cabbages and potatoes in that valley because that's why it is fertile. They are right scientifically, but it has an impact on that wetland. So in the end, you have to clear the wetland, the vegetation, and you lose the wetland. Okay. Unsustainable use. That's another key threat to wetland loss. Uganda is also rich, as the minister, in the minister's presentation, Uganda is very rich in peatland. Peat. Loss of peat in Uganda. Uganda is known to have a big stock of peat. Nature Uganda has conducted some studies at Nyamuliro, one of the only remaining wetlands in Uganda, in Rwanda. And our assessment showed that the wetlands in the area have very deep pit soils and measured up to 22 meters depth in the region. And the estimates of peatland carbon stock in Nyamuriro wetland are the minimum of 5,967 tons per hectare, potentially up to 19,095 tons per hectare. From that map, world map, the dark areas show you areas in the world which have the highest peat in the wetland. If you look at East Africa, the highest peat content is in Uganda and in Congo. So we have a very nice resource, but it can also be another challenge. And you are aware that a disturbance of carbon stocks, carbon areas can also release the carbon back to the air. And as such, this destruction of the wetland can indirectly influence the climate change. So protecting the wetland has a direct positive impact in containing the threat to climate change. Wetlands are important for biodiversity, as I had indicated earlier, and a threat or negative impact on a wetland can have negative impact on the diversity. Diversity in terms of how many species in the area, but even numbers. Individually, if the family which was living in this area, a wetland is destroyed or tampered with, the numbers of individuals that can afford to survive in that area can also be affected negatively. Here we give you a good example of a globally endangered species, the national symbol, the Uganda crane. In 1970s, when the wetlands and the population of Uganda was still small, relatively, less than maybe not even half of today's population, the population of great-crowned cranes was up there. 100, I think this is per Jimmy. Jimmy is the expert on cranes. This is a Nature Uganda graph. 100 what, cranes per hectare or per? Yes. It's a scale, it's a number, and that means an index of 100 cranes. Over time, 1976, the number started declining. And I think 1970s, that's when most of the wetlands, people started looking at wetlands for farming. In the East, I'm aware that's when people started doing paddy rice, lots of paddy rice, and it became a lucrative business. In Western Uganda, cattle dairy farming, the upland wetlands. By 2006, the index is about 20. That's a big, 120, that's 80% decline. That's quite a decline. The numbers of the crested cranes decrease significantly. Right now, by 2010 and even now, the numbers are still dangling there, but below the 20% index. This is not a good figure and a good index, and extrapolate that figure to other species that survive in wetlands. Even fish. The fisherman from Nafiri will tell you how many fish have been lost because of the negative impacts on wetlands. Now let's look at the number of individuals over time. The number of individuals have reduced from 100,000 in 1970s to less than 10,000 by 2021, about 3-4 years ago, which was 90% loss in 50 years. So who saw a conference of wetland of cranes, crested crane, because that area there's an effort to restore that wetland in Kakuchiyanja. That shows you a positive impact of what the ministry and other partners have been doing to on that angle. And if you saw even the should be stock, that's okay. Evidence is going to be shown to you. That shows you what can happen when a threat is monitored and managed well. Things can reverse. We need to put their effort. So here you see the numbers seemingly going back, increasing because of stabilization, because of restoration. This is, Nature Uganda has been involved in doing lots of research that have facilitated, together other partners, in the designation of Ramsar sites. Very strong on that angle. And it shows you here what is happening in the areas. Ramsar sites are areas which have been designated for protection at a certain level. These two pictures, graphs, one of a pied kingfisher and another one of a fish eagle, show you what it looked like in different places before the area was designated as a Ramsar site and when an effort to conserve that wetland was put in place. Lutembe, the green or the blue, the color blind people, the green is, the blue is the left side, the red or orange is the right side. For Lutembe, before Ramsar designation, the numbers of the pied kingfisher were low. See what happened when somebody went back and did a research on numbers in Lutembe with the designation of a Ramsar site. Numbers increased. The effort to conserve has positive impacts. Look at Mabamba. Mabamba is a small island, an extensive wetland behind Entebbe Airport. The numbers of the pied kingfisher in blue low when before the Ramsar, and Ramsar designation numbers increased slightly. Lake Mburo. You know, Lake Mburo was established just for those who were there. You can say the other day, those ones who are just born, it's not far away. It was established in our lifetime. Before, when some people did research, the numbers were about 100. In another research, after the area has been protected for a long time, the pied kingfisher numbers rose to more than 200. What an impact. The same for the fish eagle. Fish eagle, but the fish eagle for Lake Mburo. For the fish eagle, there is a negative impact. In Rutembe, the numbers of the fish eagles was high before and show reduction. Rutembe is not a Ramsar site, no. Sorry. Rutembe and Mabamba, I'm sure I'm aware. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. So Rutembe and Mabamba have shown reduction in the numbers of the fish eagle over time for, I don't know, some reasons. We need to debate that. Why? Why, even when there is protection, some numbers don't do well? Ramsar sites have indicated that through the collaboration and partnerships with strong-willed institutions and people, Nature Uganda has contributed towards designation of 12 Ramsar sites in Uganda. 2 are proposed for to be added, and all of them have a total coverage of over 650,000 hectares. And looking at the map of Uganda, those are the Ramsar sites that we have in Uganda. Others proposed are Lake Bunyonyi and Morris, where you saw the Shubir. Even before the Shubir came there, Nature Uganda had already cooperated with the Rwengo district to design some plans for conservation of that wetland, and the efforts are positive even before the document is signed. What a positive impact. Here I show you what wetlands can do for the world. Wetlands are feeding grounds, are breeding grounds, are stopovers for many birds. And some of the birds of the world don't stay where they are, but they fly between. They fly between or among the wetlands for them to survive. This is shows you one of the Ramsar sites in Uganda and others in the world which accommodate birds of the world. And these are the wetland birds that fly all over the world. If there were no wetlands to stop over, maybe some of the species of the world wouldn't be there. So the Albert Delta is one of the wetlands that fly away. There is a flyover for wetlands that migrate among or between the two hemispheres, the north and southern hemisphere. And migrants, they are called migrants. The palearctic migrants, about 10, 20 million birds cross or winter in Uganda. Palearctic means they're up in the north or down the southern poles, and 20 million have used the wetlands for them during a certain season to survive. It shows you the importance of wetlands, and without them, then we would have some very, very big challenges and reduction in populations. Conclusions. Wetlands are biodiversity lifelines and community assets. We've seen biodiversity surviving there, but we've indicated even local people survive on them. Water, you've heard of numbers. The ministry have the actual numbers in discussion. You are aware that if you are from a rural area, if you've ever been in a rural area, there is no tap for you, there is no lake for you. You must go and dig a small well and access that water. And mostly it's because of wetland. Without a wetland, the livelihoods of many people would be compromised. Conservation requires a multi-sectoral, community-driven approaches. You cannot be here in your office and conserve well. The people will ask you, why are you putting the pillars in my wetland? You need to have that synergy, collaboration, and educate the people of what you know, so that people are able to know the value of that wetland. At a certain time, I did a small project for people in the eastern Uganda, and people downstream had a right to come and quarrel with the people upstream, not disturb their water, because if you block the little well upstream or wash your clothes upstream, I won't have drinking water downstream. So sometimes say, oh, this is my property, it is in my land. We should be able to educate people and have synergy so that you know it's a small stream, 2-5 kilometers, but you at the catchment area is as equally important as the one who is using it at the last point downstream. Those are synergies, those are the collaborations. Together with us, the educated and the managers, we should be able to form that interwoven mat so that we manage together this resource. Uganda's wetland can model scalable restoration efforts for East Africa. Nature Uganda's efforts in restoration, in management, green livelihoods of wetlands should be scalable, and as the Nature Uganda staff, we invite all people who are here and want to continue partnering with us to join us so that we conserve and protect this important ecosystem. I hereby submit.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can we appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen? I hope you're with us later in the plenary, so that if a question comes and specific to you, please, it would be nice to have you here with us, so that at least we expound on some of the areas you've highlighted. Allow me quickly run to our keynote statement this afternoon now. And he was called somewhere. He will speak for himself, and he probably has to run back. So allow me quickly request that we have our keynote on wetlands for climate action. Are we on the same path in addressing the interconnected challenges and leveraging partnerships? Ladies and gentlemen, he's known to all of us, but for those who don't, I would like to, if you allow me with your permission, I don't know if you have enough time, sir, for me to do the right thing, which is to at least speak to your bio. It would be nice to say the right things. He's a development economist with, of course, a PhD from the University of Manchester, Masters in Economic Policy and Planning from Makerere University, and a certificate in development evaluation by the Charlton University and the World Bank. And he's a senior, he is, I think, still a senior lecturer at Makerere University Business School and the director of the MUBS Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Fred Muhomuza, who will now come and make his presentation. And he's the one who needs to run, so he will manage his time. I will not manage his time.
I will also manage your time. Thank you, Maurice. Good afternoon. I'm waiting for my presentation, so I'm also being managed as we speak. I point this side. Okay. Where is it? Before I point. Well, my apologies for snatching in, but I really want to appreciate the organizers for fixing me in. Flexibility has been the word between me and them for the last 1 week, and I'm glad we are still sticking to that. I will be speaking to strange things, just rough for you. Look around yourself. If you don't have anybody dressed in army green like me, you are missing the people. And I'll tell you why. That's what I came to do. And that's why I'm running back to do certain things, or where I am. We've been talking enough, and a lot for some time. If you read that, it was made 3 years ago, maybe 3.5, by our own minister, Sam Cheptoris, that carbon is building up every day in the atmosphere, causing global warming, drought, floods, mention all of them. Unless we commit ourselves and channel all our efforts towards restoration of Uganda's wetlands, the future is very, and we are still possibly on the same page. So we've been talking, we know it. Why is it not happening? Or why is it happening very slowly? The other thing that I thought I should say is the importance of wetlands. Everybody here knows that. I don't want to spend time on it. We all know it. The wetlands are our survival, but there are some key highlights in there, like that last bullet really took me by surprise when I found it on the net, that peatlands account for just 3% of the world's land surface, but they store twice as much carbon as forests. Now, all of us know how we need to protect the forests, but look, here is the real thing. And nobody is talking about the peatlands. We're talking about the Amazon, the Congo, the Mabira. Where are the Uganda's peatlands? Are they part of the protected places? Do we know where they are? Do we have any of that 3%? We need to talk more on some of the things that are dear to us. I was told we have tales from Zimbabwe to Uganda and we're headed to where? Brazil, eh? I read those things. But before you go to Brazil, can we complete the tales in Uganda? Because whatever you come back with from Brazil are going to be signatures and pronouncements. We need to do our tales here and do our thing here, as well as the global. So more than 35% of the wetlands have disappeared. And in Uganda, wetlands continue to be degraded. We know the things that are happening here. Urban areas, indiscriminate encroachment, expansion of human. I don't know how many of us talked to or are talking to Ham about whatever he's doing. But that's what I would be ending with. While you may think it is an equivocal channel, somebody may have a different idea. Have we endorsed his idea? Have we informed his idea? Are we in conversation? Because he's already building. So what are our conversations with him? Sometimes we call them rivers, but me who comes from the wetlands and areas with wetlands, I sometimes don't see the difference between the river and the wetland. Because I don't know what Rubiji is. But all I know, it is a land that is wet. So sometimes our language needs to speak the realities. So somebody is defending rivers, but these rivers are actually wetlands. Now sometimes we are not having the right conversation. River Mayanja is really wetland. All the way from wherever it starts up to wherever it ends. It's a swamp. Flowing slowly, but sometimes holding more water than it's letting go. These are benefits we have talked about. The other day I was discussing with my friends about the problem we're having on Katonga Bridge. It's because we have emptied the wetland that Katonga was. Now, a lot of water is reaching that place faster than it used to be. And that's the problem. So it doesn't matter what bridge we put there. As long as water is flowing faster, without the wetland holding it and releasing it in the right quantities and slowly, with evaporation holding some, who should we be talking to? I will be ending with Katonga has a history to it as far as Mr. Mseven and his generals are concerned. So the natural wetland area, I think this is information for us, but this is the other party that should be with us. Many times we send a lot of water to Ministry of Works. And what happens? The bridges are washed away. I don't know who designs the roads and whether they have good hydrologists and environmentalists and all these conversations. And sometimes the World Bank makes these conditionalities to say there must be an environmental person on this project of roads. And we think they're just being hard on us. Conditionalities, I don't know what. But these are the realities, that you can put in a lot of money and lose it. So if we don't do this and have conversations with more than the people we traditionally know to be in the space of water and environment, we are going to have conversations, and those conversations will be less of actions. And we are seeing these emerging realities. 1998, I think we had El Nino. I come from Hoima, and this Kivoga Road was closed off. Then we had to go through Masinde, and again between Masinde and Kigumba, we were shut out. And my friend, I wanted to go and marry there at that time. So we became fish and we found the way out. But these are the conversations. They are realities of life. So the conversations we are having here are serious. We know it, we see it, but we're not doing enough. And as I've said, possibly we're not talking to some people who should be these conversations with us. The myriad of benefits, we all know them. This I picked from the UN Climate Change News, that the wetlands are disappearing 3 times faster than the forests. And without the wetland, the forest will also follow anyway. So this conversation is really an important conversation for all of us. Approximately 35% of the world's wetlands have been lost between 1970 and 2015, but the loss has been accelerating. And the reasons are out there. People are coming into migration areas. People are moving everywhere, migrating to urban areas and eating up the spaces. So there are challenges to wetland protection that I will not spend a lot of time on because we know them. There are these conflicting interests among diverse stakeholders. Do we know all the stakeholders? As an academic, every time I tell people, have you done a mapping? I don't know whether we have mapped all our stakeholders, including the distant ones. There are those key stakeholders you may not see. The IGP is a key stakeholder in this area because when you want to chase away people, where do you start? It is with the police. That LOC one will be the first one to tell you there's a truck that is coming here in the night. But do we have conversations with them? Have we put a hotline with all the 71,000 LOC ones? We need those guys because they will be our frontline soldiers. It happens in the night. By the time you wake up in the morning, some 17 trucks have dumped soil in that wetland. But you can know better, and we need to know better. So the partnerships that we're talking about, that we want to progress, are suffering from that lack, chronic lack of adequate funding as well. But as I've said, it's not just about funding. What should the money do is always an important thing. Many times I hear people saying we need more money, but money to do what? If you don't have a team that uses the money, money won't solve the problem. It can actually mess it up. So there are those key challenges of illegal settlements, of course, inadequate urban planning. I realize sometimes don't know what we think when I find people dumping and building in swamps. But that's where we are, and some of them are protected, and that's why I want to end up there. Who protects these guys? Are we having conversations there? So that they can protect the swamp rather than protecting the people encroaching on the swamp. These are our agreed actions, and there have been very many conventions. I read so many of them, and as somebody told me, and I read it somewhere as well, and I believed it, if conventions and those declarations were to be eaten, we would be satisfied. We have done them. We have lined them up. We have written them from 1971 in Iran. Things are not moving. So how do we make action that takes us to the next level? So prioritizing conservation, restoration of degraded areas, many things that are out there. I decided to highlight some of the few things here: strengthening policy and legal frameworks. The laws are out there, but every time they get violated. Every time they get shelved. Improving integrated planning and management, promoting collaborations, and I think for me these are key things between the government agencies, but also indigenous ethnic groups of people. Because there are people now who can't leave the wetland. That is how they survive. That's all they know. But how do we teach them to coexist? And I'm glad the teams have been doing this, because we are finding now people knowing how better to coexist with the wetlands. We need to promote some of those, but also take it down to schools. How do we make sure the children are growing up knowing the importance of these wetlands and how to deal with them? So these are conversations we need to take. Developing and implementing wetland management plans. Who is going to implement them? Many times we sit in conferences like this, we draw the budgets, we are not in the district plans. We do not have environmental officers at the districts, and we're not crying about these things. But these are our frontline officers who are going to make sure the laws and policies and regulations and I don't know what memorandums are actually implemented on that ground. Poor people will always turn to the environment, and it's not their problem, it is our problem. They will always turn to the environment because that tree can't talk to them, but they must cut it to survive. So those are things that are happening to us. Enforcement of those policies and laws and regulations is going to be a core conversation. We are going to write things. If we don't seriously think about enforcement, we would have some challenges. Partnerships, because this was about, are we moving together? Are we on the same page? Who to bring or keep on the table becomes very important. Who is not in this room is a question I asked. Look at that empty chair around you. Who should have been on it? And even one that may have a person on it, but that's the usual person, right? We need another person to sit next to you so that you can have conversations. After this meeting today, who are you going to be talking to that should be convinced that this matters to us? So for me, the partnerships are moving on, but there are some critical people missing. The local communities, as I've indicated, those grassroots need to be there. The corporations, some corporations are putting money, some of them are ready to put in money, if only we show them that wetlands is part of their business. I know abroad these things of ESG, some people it is just able to commit some little corporate social responsibility money and then they go and blow it out. And yet what they have given us is not enough. Can we engage so that this is not just the corporate social responsibility, but part of their core planning? And they have the money, they can give us the money, they can give us the ideas, they can give us the action that we need. So there are quite a number of people that are not here. I've ended there with the youth. Second to last, if not the last, bring in the state in addition to government. Many times I've found people talking to government, but not the state. So I thought I should bring a difference between the state and government, because some people, they don't know the difference. Talking to government is good, but talking to the state is better and more practical. Do we know what the state is? The first bullet will tell you, we want to strengthen details with the security agencies. That is the state. In 1986, what happened on the 26th of January? Mr. Museveni captured state power and then formed the government. Until we get to know that logic, we're going to be talking to ourselves. Also, before 1986, on the 13th of October, the wetland saved and helped Mr. Museveni to capture state power. So we need to remind him. Some of you are not there. We were there and we were young but following these things. So 13th of October 1985, several government units were talking about the Toko. Gad Wilson Toko was Minister of Defense. Tito Kelo Rutwa was President. But their units were decimated by the NRA in Katonga. That changed the story. Thereafter, it was a walkover into Kampala to capture what? State power. Now, since then, the rest is his story. Who that is, you need to find that his story. Because even the story we are creating is his story. And we must emphasize it to him that this is his story. So how will his story be told in future? That environment was disappearing gradually under his reign? We need to have those conversations. So the state is permanent and a sovereign entity, while government is what? Temporary. Group of people, institutions, they exercise state power on behalf of the state. So we are talking to people who exercise power on behalf of the state. That's why you'll find somebody is destroying the environment with state protection. Government has been put aside. Government would have passed a law, a regulation, an ultimatum, not doing anything here. But you'll find somebody is doing the wrong thing and the state is protecting that person. So who is the state? Over your lunch, you agree on that. But there is a second last bullet here. What the NRA captured, as I've said, it's equals state power. Then it formed government. And there have been several governments since then. Even as we talk, soon we shall have a 12th parliament. But under the same NRA. I'm referring to NRA here. Because that is the one that captured state power. UPDF picked it from the NRA, and the NRA still contains state power. There are people who are in the UPDF Act, their names. So the NRA is still in there. I came to provoke you so that we can make this thing moving. So my last question, who are we talking to? Maurice.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Dr. Momuza. If there was a timekeeper, he would be telling me that you've saved us some time. So I want to appreciate you. Somebody said Morris's state. Now, really, because your last statement led to, so I am The state is here, doctor. The state is here, and they are managing. But indeed, as you mentioned, doctor, the issue of protecting our wetlands is everyone's business, and we need to appreciate that. And thank you for tickling our minds. He must run. Is there a burning question? I know he's running. If it's burning, before I invite the ministry to make their presentation, it must be burning, right? The rest of the observations, he's going to receive them when we develop the report from the dialogue. So, Doctor, thank you so much. And I'll quickly now ask that you allow us make our very last presentation before lunch. And we've saved some time. Thank you, Doctor, again for saving us time. We are turning to the Wetlands Management Department. And I want to invite, we're speaking to the global perspective and a roadmap for the implementation of COP15 on the wetlands. So, Lucy, yes, please come. Can we appreciate Lucy as she comes? And Doctor, you're free to run. You can greet some relatives and then you run.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I'm UPDF. Okay, thank you very much, Maurice, and all of you. I would like to start with this statement from the Global Wetland Outlook 2025. It says that we have lost 400 million hectares of wetlands since 1970, and most of the remaining wetlands are degraded. It highlights wetlands as important or vital economic value and ecosystem services, as have been mentioned by previous speakers, but it also stresses the urgent need for increased conservation, restoration, and financing to reverse degradation, particularly in Africa, take note, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I serve as the national focal point for the Ramsar Convention, and I'm going to take you from okay. I'm very happy about the audience today because I have been in very many fora and I'm being told about the Wetlands Management Department and Ramsar at various meetings. So I want to give us an overview of what the Ramsar Convention is and how the Wetlands Management Department comes on board. It was signed in 1971. It is the oldest global environment convention, and it focuses on wetlands only. Currently, there are 173 contracting parties, and we have over 6 million acres of wetlands under Ramsar sites. The contracting parties have three main commitments: the wise use of wetlands, a designation of Ramsar sites, and international collaboration. So the convention is over 50, I think it's 55 years old now. And it recognizes the interdependence between people and their environment. This is a resource that has so many stakeholders with one interest, and that is the wetlands. And it emphasizes, we also recognize the different ecosystem services and the fact that wetlands constitute a resource of great economic, cultural, scientific, and recreational value, the loss of which would be irreparable. As you heard the guest of honor talk about vanquished wetlands, those are wetlands that are irreparable. So that is Ramsar. And that is why it's called the Ramsar Convention. Ramsar is a city in Iran. In 2005, we were privileged to have the Vice President of Iran attend the Conference of the Parties that was hosted by Uganda. So that is Ramsar. We have a number of benefits. You have advice, expert advice. This convention is an extremely technical convention, and you will see it from what we go to discuss. We have access to latest information, opportunities for partnerships, capacity development opportunities, visibility, and profiling the country's conservation efforts, especially during the meetings of the party, the contracting parties. And then, of course, it encourages international cooperation on wetland issues, support for wetland projects. It also provides grants, contacts with multilateral and bilateral support agencies. Uganda as a contracting party ascended in 1988, and the Ministry of Water and Environment is the administrative authority. We have national focal points, 4 of them. I'm one of them, national focal point. There's one for SEPA, which is communication, education, participation and awareness, and then there's one for the scientific technical review panel. And then we have also added the youth focal person. We've all been told that we've designated 12 Ramsar sites. It was the first African country to host the conference of the parties. The second one was Zimbabwe, which was in July this year. So I'm going to run you through the conference that took place in Zimbabwe, which was the 15th conference of the parties. And there you see China handing over the flag to Zimbabwe, which is now the current president of the conference of the parties. It took place from the 23rd to the 31st of July, and the world congregated in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. And the theme under which it was held is protecting wetlands for our common future. It was officially opened by His Excellency the President of Zimbabwe. And once again, I think for the second time, it also had a ministerial conference. In Uganda also, we had a ministerial segment taking place. We had plenary discussions. Also to inform you that it was an 11-man delegation led by the permanent secretary, alternated by the commissioner, and the rest technical people to support the process. 4 key elements focused were the focus of the conference. 1, to review progress on the implementation of the convention. The COP is done every 3 years, and we review progress. We discuss and adopt resolutions and declarations. There are various debates that take place, and then we also elect members to various Ramsar governance bodies for the next triennium. The COP15 adopted 25 resolutions out of the 27 that were put forward. Uganda this time sponsored a resolution on culture, and it is resolution 14, and we received massive support for that. And yesterday afternoon, Uganda was elected as the chair of the working group. So that is, clap for us, please. It's a big thing to be part of a working group and to have your resolution adopted as such. We also had side events. I think we had over 50 side events. Uganda participated in more than 4, and we co-hosted 3 in total. One on wetlands, culture, and lifestyle. Lifestyle was sponsored by India, so we co-hosted that. Another one on wetland inventories, and then the other one on Ramsar regional initiatives. Ramsar region initiatives are initiatives that are part of the Ramsar Convention, and they serve various regions to improve on the implementation of the convention. We have the Ramsar Center for Eastern Africa that is hosted by the Ministry of Water and Environment. We also had bilateral meetings, media, and panel discussions. We were privileged to have audience with the Secretary General. You see the permanent secretary there with the Secretary General to discuss how far we have moved with the recommendations or actions that we had given in the first conference of the parties when we met her. So we held discussions with all the international partner organizations, BirdLife International, International Water Management Institute, IUCN, Wetlands International, and also the Ramsar partner states. And we also had media coverage and representation. We also had an exhibition stall depicting some of the products and some of the publications that we have had as a Ministry of Water and Environment. And then the other part of the conference had Ramsar Wetland Conservation Awards, and those were the awardees. There was also a field work to get in touch with different community conservation efforts. So, from Livingstone Falls to Kampala to Belem, a call to climate action. What Doctor has just talked about is the Ugandan part of this journey. But from the conference of the parties committed to developing or improving national legislation and policies for the restoration of degraded freshwater ecosystems, in addition to protection and sustainable management. Climate change mitigation, parties noted that wetlands play a crucial role in maintaining ecological health, biodiversity, and climate resilience, and their conservation and restoration can contribute significantly to global efforts to combat climate change. Also, parties emphasized the need for international cooperation and financial mechanisms to support wetland restoration and protection, particularly in developing countries. This is all in line with a call to climate action. Emphasis on wetland restoration, I cannot overemphasize that. Parties have committed to that. On sustainable development, noted that wetlands are essential for sustainable development. Climate finance, there's a need for increased climate finance, and this is going to be a key discussion in Belem. It has been the discussion over and over again, but we have not had commitment from different possible funding agencies. Then the need for inclusive conservation, the importance of inclusive and rights-based conservation, recognizing the role of local communities and indigenous peoples in managing wetlands. Then the need for integration with global frameworks, the Ramsar Convention to work with the UNFCCC. I have been informed that the Ramsar Convention will be there, Secretariat, and then also the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. From the ministerial segment, which was adopted at COP15, the Victoria Falls, it underscored the need for high-level commitment and action to conserve and wisely use wetlands, recognizing their critical role in addressing climate change and promoting sustainable development. So as we leave Uganda, these are some of the things that we are taking forward to Belem for discussion, for negotiation, and for integration as a way of standing up to climate action. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Lucy and the team at the Wetlands Management Department? The best thing about working with scientists or people in the space of environment is that, you know, nature is really also about time management. The earlier you address issues of nature, the better. Yes. So you are very careful. You are addressing the issues also of human nature, which is the stomach, really. And I noticed we have saved time, and so we are due for lunch. But also, I also noticed some of your energies. When I asked after Dr. Fred's presentation for any questions, the hands couldn't even go up. I totally understood where the problem was coming from. So, in order for us to address this critical issue, we are going for lunch. And lunch is downstairs, right? I'm just checking. So, I know that we are going downstairs where the lunch is. And you have a coupon. If you don't, let us know. There is the team at the registry has a coupon. If you don't have, please don't go down without one. Lunch is served, and our next session, and Kim, we need to be here at 2 sharp so we can, you're the very first. So at exactly 2 p.m., Kim will be speaking to us before we dive into our panel discussion and then plenary session. So can we make sure we're here at least 5 minutes to 2? So you can allow for the food to digest properly. Then Kim will speak, and then we'll have a very exciting panel discussion. All our panelists are here, and we can't wait to dig into all the information we've received the entire morning. All right, bon appetit. Lunch is served. We can use the stairs through the exhibition. If you don't have a coupon, let us know. If you, anybody? Yes, there's a couple of people. Yes, there's someone already reaching out. So we can use the stairs on this end. So you quickly access the restaurant down and then make your way back up. 5 minutes to 2 p.m. We should have everyone in the room, and then at exactly 2 p.m. we'll start our next session, so that we allow for enough time for our plenary session later in the afternoon. All right, see you here at 1:55 p.m.
Be discouraged, do I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it in the darkness inside you makes you feel so small. But I see your true colors shine. See your true colors. That's why I love. Don't be afraid. Show your true robbery. Show me a smile. Be unhappy, can't be no more. So you laugh. This what makes you crazy. You take it all you can bear. Just come. You know I see your true colors shine. See your true colors. Why don't be afraid to show your true colors. Take courage now, realize this will make you crazy, and you take it all you can. Just call me up, cause you know I'll be there, and I'll see your true colors shine. See your true colors. Don't be afraid to get them show your true colors, true colors, true colors shine through the see your true colors. That's why I love you. Just don't be afraid. Share and show your true colors. Beautiful like a rainbow. Show your colors. Show me your love. Show me your rains. Show me your colors.
Do you still remember how we used to be together? Whatever my love has said to me, both of us were dreamers, young love in the sun. Felt like my savior, my spirit I gave you. We don't need just begun. Be love forever. I'll be waiting, everlasting, like the sun. Live forever, farther wildlands, ever searching for the one. Yes, I still remember every whispered word. The touch of your skin giving life from within, like a song through our fingers, like the sands of time. Promises made, every memory saved as belonging now. Was it just a dream? Feelings of hope, they will never be so bad. Secrets with me. Hearts down.
be simple, and the words may not be new. I couldn't make it if I tried. You, and I couldn't live a day without you. I need you more than anyone could ever know. I need you, and I wanna build my world around you. I need you, I need you. Well, I sing the words and realize it had all been said before. So I tried a different line that meant to say, but it didn't have the feeling. And the first one said much more. Guess I'll have to say it once again. I need you, and I couldn't live a day without you. I need you. More than anyone could ever know. Couldn't live a day without you, girl. Do what I wanna, bring my world for you to say goodbye. Someone tell me why did you have to go? Leave my world so cold. Just the other night, asking me to come, hold you in my arms. I can hear you there. Your presence I need your hand, and forever can't begin. Every way I see myself, I am seeing you. It's in my heart. You are not alone. Oh, whisper me words that I die. Girl, you know can't stay. Always in my heart. You just reach out for me, girl. Apologize for all the things that I've done, that I've done. See, I know that I've been a fool for far too long. Baby, you don't have to go and run away. Just come back to Papa. Please, baby, baby, won't you stay? If you really love me, then why are you leaving me? I can't think about this crazy day. Just a daydream about you, baby. Just thinking about you, lady. I'm going crazy, 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 just thinking about you, baby. Then I'm going crazy. Then I'm going crazy. Baby, 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 baby. Then I'm going crazy. Finally realize that you are my true love. And I had a lot of time to think, and you're all I seem to keep thinking of. Yeah. Now I know I need you each and every day. Can't live without you, so don't run away, baby. Say that you love me, so why you leaving me? Why? Think about this day. Just a day, baby. Can't touch you, baby. If I can see you again, if I can see you again, and her life begun. What does her future hold? A story left unknown.
Will she make it through her day? Let our love lead the way. Part of me laughs, part of me cries, part of me wants to watch. Why is there joy? Why is there pain? Why is there sunshine and rain? One day next you are gone. No matter what we must go on. Just keep the faith and love people away.
Everything will work out fine. That love people away. Getting there all alone. In the window of her room, watching the world go by with tears through her eyes. Oh, it's easy to turn pain. She wants to break the chains.
She'll be breath every day, and she'll find her own sweet way. Part of me laughs, part of me cries, part of me wants to question why is there so much pain? Why is there sunshine and the rain? One day you're here, next you are gone. No matter what we I will go on. Just keep the faith you can.
You can be our
Don't you give up. If you keep holding on, never wrong. Just close your eyes, 'cause it lies deep in your heart, yeah. He wants to. Why is there sunshine and the rain?
At all. I never know what the future brings, but I know you're here with me. You'll make it through, and I hope you are the one I share my life with. I don't wanna run away, but I can't take it. I don't understand. If I'm not making you feel, then why does my heart tell me that I am. Is there any way that I can stay? Then why am I crying on? I don't need you. Then why does your name resound in my head? You're not me. Then why does this distance maim my life? If you're not for me, then why do I dream of you as my wife? So far away. Just truth. The way you feel when I show you are the one I share my life with. And I wish that you could be the one I die with. And I pray and you're the one I build my home with. I hope I love you all my life. I don't want to. Cause I miss you, body and soul so strong that it takes my breath away. And I breathe you into my heart and pray for the strength to stand today. Cause I love you, whether it's wrong or right. I don't understand if I'm not maybe you. If why does my heart tell me stop?
You would never be my side, standing in the news of a tragedy. Stand here with a fragile heart. See, you never shed a tear. Stay strong for them. Oh, it's out here. It disappears. It's only you who keeps me strong, and I can't imagine going without you in my life. Going on with a fragile heart. When Lord, I think of you. Forget about everything else. There's only you and I. Can't think about ever giving up. Can't give up. Only thing that matters, Lord, is you. I ain't got the time to pretend that I'm not missing you. Oh, no, 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 no. I know you're in good hands. The same hands that hold my heart, and I'll cherish every moment we spend as a gift from God above. For He takes care of all fragile hearts. When I think about, Lord, I think to you. I else. There's only you and I can't think about ever giving up. Well, the only thing that matters when I'm going through, giving my fragile heart right back to you. You see, my fragile heart's been broken, and you're the only one who can find it. So I'm trusting you, Lord, to see me through. There's only you. When I think about my life, just comes and I know that tears are in there. I'll be crying unable to stop. Look, here comes the very first drop. 'Cause every time it rains, I fall to pieces. So many memories the rain releases. I feel you, I taste you, I cannot forget. Every time it rains, darling, I am still in love with you. As time passes by, it just intensifies. I know I'll never be with you again. I'll never find another with that kindness in his eyes. I'll be trying, unable to stop. Look, here comes the very first drop. 'Cause every time it rains, I fall to pieces. So many memories the rain releases. I feel you, I taste you, I cannot forget. Every time it rains, days come alright. I walk in the night and every time it rains, I fall to pieces. So many memories the rain releases. I feel you, I taste you, I cannot forget. Every time it rains, all night, just have some kind of day. Oh yeah, don't reach too wide for you to make it cross. All you have to do is believe it when you pray, and then you will see the morning will come, and every day will be bright
the sun. All of your fears, cast them on me. I just want you to see I'll be your in the sky. Be your shoulder when you cry. I hear your voices when you call me. I am your angel. And when all hope is gone and near, no matter how far you are, I'm near. It makes no difference who you are. I am your angel. I'm your angel. I saw your teardrops and I heard you cry. All you need is time. Seek me and you shall find. You have everything you feel. It don't have to be this way. Let me show you a better day. See, the morning will come, and all of your days will be bright as the sun. So all of your fears, just cast them on me. How can I make you see? I'll be your in the sky. Be your shoulder when you cry. I hear your voices when you call. I am your angel. And when all hope is gone and near, no matter how far you are from near, it makes no difference who you are. I am your angel. I'm your angel. And when it's time to face the storm, I'll be right by your side. Grace will keep us safe and warm. And I know we will survive. And when it seems as if your end is drawing near, don't you dare give up the fight. Just put your trust beyond the skies. In the sky, be your shoulder when you cry. When I look in your eyes, I can see million possibilities. And I know you believe in me so. We can try.
us go. Know that I'll be missing you, wishing you closer. Oh, 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 oh. So let's make the most of these moments together. We'll never forget. And it's breaking my heart, 'cause I know it's so much more.
I'd be loved by you. Be loved by you. If everybody knows, it's only 'cause it's you. Your love is release, and you move me with ease, and you rescue me time after time. Oh, you pick it up. All the symphony. When you hold me, I can't conceal. This is how it feels to be loved by you. Yeah, to be loved by you. Cause I take your love everywhere I go. I know what it is I need. It's clear as a shadow. as it seems the birds right, always thinking about her. Takes me through the night. Every time we meet, the picture is complete. Every time we touch, the feeling is too much. She's all I ever need. She's the puzzle of my heart. Oh, oh. It's the way she's always smiling. Think she never cries. She feels like I live through the color of her eyes. Every bit of piece of her is right. Every time we meet, the picture is complete. Every time we touch, feeling it's too much. She's all I ever need. Fall in love again. She's the puzzle of my heart. Like a miracle she meant to be. She every time we touch, feeling it's too much, it's too much. The picture is complete. Every time we touch, feeling it's too much. You and from the very start. Oh. And I shall never breathe again, breathe again. I shall never breathe again. And I can't stop thinking about the way things used to be. And I can't stop thinking about the love that you made me. And I can't get you out of my head. How in the world would I begin to let you walk right out my life and blow my heart away? And I can't stop caring about the apple of my eye. And I can't stop doing without the center of my life. And I can't get you out of my head. And I know I can't pretend that I won't die if you decide you won't see me again. If I never feel you in my arms again. If I never feel you tender kiss again. Yeah. If I never hear I love you now and then. Again, please, you promise you that I shall never breathe again, breathe again.
All right.
I shall never breathe
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start. I know we have quite a bit of people at the back I'm glad some of you brought your dessert. That's the best way to manage time. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. All right. So welcome back. We would like to start. DJ. Thank you. Thank you so much. Usually, this is the most difficult session to manage. And I saw some of you putting posho on your plate. That's really difficult to understand how you do that at this time. Maize is great, but we are going to see the effects shortly. So welcome back. Thank you for keeping time. We lost about 10 minutes, so we'll try and recover those 10 minutes somewhere. Most importantly for us is we want you to see the exhibition and find some time to interact with our curators. But also, ask as many questions as possible during the panel session. And so we are here to have a dialogue. And so it's not a monologue, it's a dialogue. So we will need to share ideas, craft a way forward, review what is being done and how we can do better. But most importantly, the ministry is here, and so they're looking to how we can support them in protecting our wetlands, working with the communities and stakeholders, our development partners, and everyone who is here in the room. I can assure you, Kim has been ready, and she came here on time. She's been ready to start this conversation. And Kim, feel free to come in front. Kim is our head of program at Join for Water. Kim, I'll stay away from your second name because I may mispronounce your name. And the worst thing you can do for someone is mispronounce their second name. I will try after you have done the presentation. Hopefully, I can do better. If we can get seated, I know there's a team at the back. Again, we will have a setup later in the afternoon in case you feel you need a coffee or tea, but that's a little later. Let's allow your food to digest. So can I warmly request that we give Kim a Ugandan welcome? Can we warmly welcome her?
Thank you so much, Maurice. I can start, right? Or yeah, great. Thank you for giving me the floor for these few minutes. Let me start off by repeating a little bit what we heard this morning, because we know it, we see it, but we are not doing enough. I've also heard the climate crisis is a water crisis. The water cycle is inextricably linked with the climate system. We are and we will be faced with too much, too little, and too dirty water. But fortunately, we have wetlands. As we already heard today, wetlands are actually superheroes. They are the superheroes of all ecosystems, let's say. They can manage too much, too little, and too dirty water, at least if they are healthy. The presentations this morning showed us that actually these wetlands are waiting for us to help them so that they can help us. And that's exactly what Join for Water aims to do, to promote, facilitate, bring together different actors in really protecting water resources, ecosystems, including wetlands. Similar to the work Isaiah presented of a project that we have in Fort Portal on wetland protection, we also have other projects in other countries. And there, for example, in Benin, we work on wetlands along the Mono River in the west of the country. And there, similar problems arise: too much water in the rain season, too little water in the dry season, and these dynamics are really getting worse because of climate change. So also there, with the support of our partners there and a climate action program from Belgium, we are implementing different solutions, restoring wetlands so that they can hold more water, etc. So these different perspectives from these different countries and allow me to see that we have solutions. We know it, we see it, we have solutions, but not enough is being done. And one of the reasons, I think, and it's been stated already today, is that there are still many challenges. Policies are not always in place that allow us to generate funding, to coordinate, to facilitate actions across different sectors, private, public, but also different types of thematic sectors, agriculture, health, water, environment, etc. On top of that, we also lack data, like it was already mentioned this morning as well. We often lack data which help us to prove or quantify the impact of solutions that exist, which is also a challenge. So we have to work together. That's clear. It's been said a few times already. And we have to take special care in raising the voice of communities, vulnerable groups, and youth in really protecting wetlands, because these groups are the ones who have the most to lose when wetlands lose their power. So that's why I'm really excited about this panel discussion today, because it will highlight the different perspectives from going from policy, industry, science, civil society, and even youth, in really exploring the question on how we can collaborate together, how we can leverage our partnerships to together enable the superpowers of wetlands for climate action. That's it. So, Maurice, back to you.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate Kim, ladies and gentlemen? And she quickly introduces the conversation we are having this afternoon. It should be quite an interactive session, and we'll open to you and your comments and questions and observations, as I mentioned earlier, so that we ensure that it's a very interactive session. So we want to quickly turn to the panel, and I want to begin with our commissioner, of course, Okurut, who is representing the PS on the panel. Oh, it's Lucy. I'm trying to. I like I like the movement in the ministry. Yeah, things. Yes. Okay. I wasn't sure. You know, when it's not the PS, I had needed to be very sure. So it's Mohammed Semambo, right? So Mohammed comes up. Over 15 years of experience in assessments of carbon emissions, reduction projects, climate hazards, risk and vulnerability assessment, and the national and subnational development of climate action plans. And among other things, he's been responsible for coordination of scientific assessments and research of national mitigation and adaptation to inform mitigation and adaptation policies and legal frameworks. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mohammed Semambo. Technical team, we need to ensure these mics are working. So someone needs to come and my people how we are going to operate these gadgets. The other panelist is Dr. Francis Mwesije. Dr. Francis is the Director of Economic Research and Knowledge Management and the Chief Economist at the Uganda Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Francis. These days, the doctors look extremely young, and it encourages us who have children going to school. It's encouraging, very encouraging. He's a development economist and has expertise in applied econometrics, policy analysis, and development impact evaluation. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us. This panel is very gender sensitive, and our next panelist is Miss Joanita Juliet Lakar. She is a member of the 8th Uganda National Youth Parliament and founder of Ubuntu Climate Action Network. Can we welcome Miss Lakar, ladies and gentlemen? And she's a wash and climate action advocate with experience working in the climate vulnerable districts and refugee settlements to expand access to safe water and promote environmental conservation. Our other panelist, Miss Salome Alwenyi. Can we appreciate Miss Salome? representative community of practice on peatlands and advisor sustainable peatland management for people, climate and biodiversity, Pit for People program at GIZ. You forgot to add, we forgot to add that part. So just I needed to be sure. Okay, so one, I really want to appreciate Isaiah. This is probably the most gender sensitive, and the other person, Miss Caroline Chirabo. Caroline Chirabo Naka Jubi is a program manager, environmental alert, the NRCSO network secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Caroline. And you can see that clearly the activism within the environment space is driven by women, right? Because the representation here clearly tells us what it is that is actually happening at or in the sector as a whole. And so let me start with you, Commissioner, or representing the people. Let me start there, Semambo, because the conversation we're having in terms of policy sits out of your ministry, and it's important that we specifically speak to the policy and legislative agenda and the reforms that are being undertaken by the ministry. And we are asking, this is clearly a question everyone's concerned about, what the main policy and legislative frameworks that are required to encourage public, because in this room we have representatives of the public sector, but also private investments in wetlands as effective climate solutions. If we could get a mobile one, because he's going to look that side and I want to see him. Yes, go ahead. Don't worry, I'll try and...
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The question that have been put forward, I think it's really very important to appreciate that without the policy and legislative framework, again, actions to manage wetlands, actions for sustainable management of entire natural resources, but also climate change might be a little bit difficult to put into consideration. So I think I'll tackle the question in the following format. From the presentation that we've been hearing from the morning, there are three constituencies that are looking at one resource. There is a constituency of those who are interested in conservation. And I think most of the presentation that came in the morning, they were providing biological and mathematical models of how the wetlands are shrinking, how the birds are reducing, etc., etc. But also, there's another constituency which also runs its own mathematical models, but not documented on the livelihood of the wetlands, and these are the communities. Then there is another constituency which is also looking at the profitability of doing business in the wetlands. So until when we have these constituencies all represented, because in most of the policies, I would say that they are driven by those who have interest in conservation. So you cannot have a policy which is really comprehensive enough to cover all the interest. So we believe that it is high time that we need to have some bit of change on how we are tackling the policy formulation. How do you balance the conservation? How do you balance community interest? And how do you balance investors' interest, the private sector? Because we're looking at the common resource. So most of these conservation policies are really bent towards the conservationist interest. And it is not a big mistake. It is just that those that have responsibility to manage these policies are actually, by their background, they are conservationists. So you find that there is more of the conservation elements in these policies and legislation versus the livelihood from the communities and versus the investment opportunity. So I'd look at an aspect of how do we then try to balance this in terms of policy formulation. We can talk about things to do with incentives. Incentives are given when there is clear direction on how these policies are being formed. You cannot derive an incentive when it is not reflected into the policy. How do you create awareness the entire society so that they see these wetlands as not being for them for today, but also for the future. The same goes to the business, that how do you create the business people to appreciate the wetland? It's not only for the profit that they are getting now, but also the sustainability of their businesses. So I think there are a number of things that can be considered into the policy and legislative environment, but it requires looking at all the three models of calculation from the conservation point of view, from the communities that are using these, and also from the business communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's speak to, I think, Dr. Francis, this speaks to your space because he's talking about government having to be a bit conservative in managing, the players, the entire ecosystem. And this is where you come in, because you, on the other hand, because you play a critical financial role in supporting not just development, the government development agenda, but also you're inclusive in making sure it's sustainable, right? And sustainability is critical for Uganda Development Bank. So that's where we want to ask. The areas around green loans, the increasing pressure on financial institutions to meet the, ESG, the current, baby in the market. Everyone talks about ESG and what they're doing in that space. So we're saying, how can your industry work with government and the civil society organizations that are here in the room to fund and carry out wetland conservation or restoration projects?
Thank you, Maurice. Interesting question. Yes, it's true. We see most financial institutions, especially in Uganda here, adopting ESG financing. For Uganda Development Bank specifically, we have a fully fledged now green finance function. We have earmarked sectors from primary agriculture and many others, those that directly depend on wetlands, for instance, those that affect wetlands, and those that depend on them, because even agro-processing, agro-industry depends on this. So maybe before I speak to how institutions can work collaboratively, I wanted to provide a bit of context. One, what areas can financial interventions do fund or finance? And it's what has been discussed in the morning. I missed a bit of it, caught it at the tail end, but I had alternative livelihoods for communities. I had climate resilient agriculture practices, because truth be told, why do farmers, why do people encroach on wetlands, on forests? One, it's because population is bulging, it's increasing, land is inelastic. And then people have not adopted productivity enhancing technologies. And so the only way you can maintain either production or increase it is by encroaching on the land, on forests, on wetlands. And as such, we see degradation of the environment. And there are quite a number of areas and potential opportunities for investment and for financing from the financial sector perspective. The other area is what you would have without going through these intermediaries, either through alternative livelihoods for communities or climate resilient agriculture practices, can have direct wetland restoration programs. We don't see many financial institutions in this space, but on the other two, there are projects and bankable projects that can be structured. Let me use this. I hope you can hear me. There are quite a number of projects and bankable projects that can be structured, and collaboration is key. Let me also speak briefly about the financial mechanisms that is it, but also those that are not well utilized in Uganda, but financial institutions can actually, working together with government, civil society organizations, can bring forth. One, we have seen largely dependence on traditional grants and subsidies. In a project-based approach, I would say, and there are always questions of sustainability. Financial institutions do not play strongly in that space. If they are to come in, it's really in form of CSR. Want to run a project or support a project in this space, but these are not, I would say, sustainable. But there are more sustainable mechanisms, and this is what I want to speak to, blended financing. How would you, for instance, communities, work with civil society organizations to organize communities, enhance and build their capacity, and probably provide viability, what we call viability gap funding. This would be in form of grants. This would be in form of concessional, highly concessional financing to crowd in private sector investment, but also to crowd in financing from the private institutions. In my view, that's more sustainable, and we haven't exploited that. And that's really where we want financial institutions to collaborate, not really DFIs like us, national development banks or commercial banks, but also multilateral lenders. I'll give you one example that Uganda Bank is partnering with Africa Guarantee. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's partnering with AGF to finance smallholders in the agriculture space, mainly targeting climate or green finance related projects. What AGF does is they give us a guarantee of up to 75%. Now, you'll find that most of the communities that operate around, all those that encroach wetlands, in some, they may not be able to raise sufficient collateral security to access financing through the normal market-based financial mechanisms, financial ways. And so they need support. And one way you can support them is through guaranteeing their lending. It could be a cash cover guarantee, and that's what AGF does with UDB. Now, that significantly, one, de-risks the area, the sector, and attracts financing from institutions like us. But how can civil society organizations and government come in? They need preparation. We also find that most of those projects are not bankable, that these communities are not prepared. If they are farmers, they are not prepared, they are not trained, they cannot keep books of accounts, and it makes them not bankable. And most financial institutions, again, would not be attracted. So that's where you need civil society organizations to come in, because they work closely with these communities. They already have running projects. And what these organizations would do is to generate what we call bankable pipeline. And again, we have worked with a few institutions. We have a partnership in the agriculture space with UNCDF. What they do is they work with civil society organizations to identify farmers, train them, make them bankable or bank ready. Now, once they are ready, they churn those to UDB in form of a pipeline. We look them as bankable pipeline. Now, we start from there and organize and appraise them, and then give them financing. So without that link, you would find that most financial institutions, most of them do not have like budgets to do that, preparation, training, incubation, and enhancing capacity. So you need someone to bridge that gap. How do governments come in? Policies. This is exactly what we are discussing, that you need a favorable environment also to be able to lend to such a sector. So for me, I think collaboration is key in de-risking these players, either in alternative livelihood for the communities, climate resilient agriculture practices, and so forth. And lastly, in the interest of time, so I've talked about capacity building, I've talked about guarantees and other de-risking instruments, but you can come in with grants. Grants also significantly bring down, and I know civil society organizations support communities with grants. And most of these interventions we see, I've already mentioned it, are project-based approach of some sort. But how can we have that as a part of a broader program that is encompassing? You have several players, financial institutions, civil society organizations. We look at those grants as more viability gap funding. Either you're bringing a product to the market, commercialization of a product, or you're helping to significantly bring down the initial cost of preparation so that you attract banks in. And that's where we would again need to work with civil society organizations, that it's a well-structured program. Initial stages, it's where you need those grants. It's where you need concessional funding. It's where you need the de-risking instruments. Once these projects are now commercially and financially viable, you will see most or all financial institutions come in. But that must be done in a very collaborative manner and well thought through process. I'll just end it here. Yeah, submit. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Francis. I still have a couple of follow-up questions, but I will come back to you. I want to turn to Salome because when you start at the level of policy, which is what Sema was talking about, and then we come to you at the tail end where you're financing, there's a critical component in between called data. And data is where I want to come to Salome, because we want to speak to what the scientific data is telling us. And I think most of the morning we had a lot of data in terms of where we are, where we've been, and what we need to have done to do better. So we're saying the recent scientific findings on how climate change affects wetland and peatland ecosystems, and what evidence-based methods are most effective for restoring them. Share with us what your data is saying.
Okay, thank you very much, Maurice, and thanks to Join for Water and partners for organizing this event today. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here representing the community of practice on peatlands in Uganda. And kindly give me just 1 minute to talk about the community of practice before I answer the question. The community of practice is a group, I could say, was established in 2024, after knowledge learning events by the Ministry of Water and Environment, GIZ, and Wetlands International. It brings together all stakeholders interested in peatland management, sustainable peatland management, and those include, MDAs, ministries, departments, agencies in Uganda, international, partners, civil society, and academia, the research stakeholders. And the main reason, the main objective of the community of practice is basically to facilitate knowledge sharing and exchange among members, promote best practices on sustainable peatland management, capacity building, and fostering collaboration and training among members. So in case you're here and you're interested in joining the community of practice, I hereby extend the invitation to you. Please feel free to talk to me after this. And you can also talk to the Ministry of Water and Environment, particularly the Wetland Management Department, because they oversee the activities of the community of practice. I also might, I know you might be wondering what exactly peatlands are. Dr. Muhumuza in the morning posed a very good question that, yeah, we are talking about wetlands. What about the peatlands? Peatlands actually are part of a type, of wetlands. Now, peatlands contain an element called peat, a type of soil called peat. Peat is actually decomposed material that have been denudated in water for over a long period of time. Now, as peat decomposes, it sequesters, rather removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and locks it in the material. Yeah. So by that, it's actually been recognized by the IPCC. The IPCC has the most efficient carbon sink in the world. Now, you might wonder how much of the world, contains peat. Scientific evidence shows that peat covers approximately 3% of the world's land area and holds 30% of the world's carbon content, meaning that a lot of carbon is actually locked in peat areas, or rather peatlands. So if these peatland areas are not conserved, then definitely all the peat, all that carbon dioxide that has been locked in the peat gets unlocked. So what is the evidence showing? It's actually showing us that climate change makes peatland areas drier and drier. And once that happens, then it exposes them to the risks of fire. And once these peatland areas, are exposed as such, then all the carbon dioxide already locked in them gets unlocked, and definitely it goes back to the atmosphere, and that already interferes with the climate system. So there is really great need for us to look and make sure that the peatlands, the wetlands, and all the other types of wetlands are really, conserved. I was looking at the 2025 wetland outlook, and there's like 11 types of wetlands, and peat, or rather peatlands, are just one of them. But also you might want to know that not all wetlands are peatlands, but all peatlands are actually wetlands. So there is need for caution in how we manage these fragile ecosystems.
Thank you very much, Salome. And Caroline, this speaks to your space as a member of the civil society organizations here in Uganda. The critical conversation we're having now is the role of the civil society in the conversation we're having now, but also tracking the health of our wetlands and also driving accountability. Because then you have as many engagements with the Ministry of Water and Environment. So what role can the civil society organizations play, first of all, in driving and ensuring accountability from governments and the private sector companies for their actions? I'm sure you've heard about what some of our industries are doing in the areas where there are wetlands, but also tracking the health of our wetlands.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Join for Water and all the other partners, Nature Uganda, for having organized such a very good space. I see where we are headed, and I'm glad that this is a second dialogue, knowing very well that it's going to be annual. So thank you very much. It's a space that has been largely lacking. Yes, first and foremost, the role of civil society in wetlands restoration, maintaining ecosystem health cannot be downplayed. These civil society organizations are doing quite a lot of work, right, from community level and then transferring information from that very grassroots level to actually the national. You're hearing in different experiences of people, not even only in this room, you are demarcating, and even at the time you reach demarcation, people are still not at par, and there are quite a lot of wars. What is happening is that the community engagement in there is still lacking. If it is being done, it is still limited. So civil society organization in the space that we occupy does a lot of community engagement, which is a very key aspect to restoration activities. One of the worst gaps that you can experience is if you approach communities, conduct restoration activities, because there are different levels. Yes, you have all these tree plantings, you have different things you want to do. You want to do demarcation, but for as long as you've not effectively engaged, mobilized, created awareness, build capacity of these communities to bring them on the same page of what you are going to do, cuts across with attitude changes, there is no restoration that you're going to do that is going to be sustainable. We have seen management committees being formed in different resources. Maybe it's a catchment management committee, but they still don't take off. The moment the project ends, because at that point people form them and agreed to be part of these just because of a project that seemingly was promising good results. So we do a lot of community engagements, and that cuts across to ensuring that there is stewardship and ownership of these projects that we put on ground for these communities. We do a lot of awareness, community barazas. We speak to the media. First and foremost, one of the advantages that civil society has is that we are grassroots. Those who know, we are able to actually bridge that gap between the communities and then the government or any actors that are there, because we are on ground. So it is quite important that that there's actually a layered approach in how civil society is engaged to also do the community engagements. We have international NGOs. We have NGOs that operate at national level, but we also have the CBOs that operate right at the grassroots, and they have real presence in the grassroots communities. So that becomes a very important aspect, that even as you engage the civil society, you must do it in some form of layered approach to make sure that you reach the very people that you're actually trying to speak to. Then the other thing that I can speak to is education itself, capacity building. Education in terms of how do you utilize a resource, in terms of sustainable land use management practices, in terms of we go past the wetlands, we go into the catchment zones, because sometimes catchments are actually ignored, yet whatever is happening in those neighboring on farmlands is what is going to affect the wetlands directly. So we do a lot of capacity building, skills enhancement, promotion of livelihood components for these communities. You must provide an alternative. You don't tell people that don't utilize the wetland in such and such way, or you're encroaching on a wetland, and then they're asking you what is the alternative. These are questions that we grapple with, we respond to them, but in there are gaps that I might be able to identify at a later stage. And then in terms of advocacy, environmental art, I am here but representing the ENRCSO network. It's a network of civil society organizations working in the ENR subsector here in Uganda. So we do a lot of advocacy, do multi-stakeholder engagements at different levels, and then we also advocate for inclusive policies to ensure that community participation is actually, because we have identified where the gap is. You cannot, just like the speakers are saying, there is no way you're going to promote restoration without bringing the frontline communities, the custodians of these resources, on board to what you're exactly trying to communicate. So the advocacy comes in. We have different forums. Actually, this is one of them. Join for Water is a civil society organization. This can be a capacity building or awareness, but in a way, it's also an accountability forum, because we get to hear in from government. What I want to request for and what I would look out for would be to actually have translate them to there are hotspot districts, yeah, such that we have district engagements, we have regional engagements, such that by the time issues are brought at such a beautiful space like this, they are still very well represented from the local level. But that is exactly what to do. And the other is media campaigns. We had a program, I think, some few years back, that was don't think it's controversial, but it helped. We were actually working together. But there is an aspect of you name, bring out their name and shame, because sometimes depending on the different mandates we have, some different categories may not be very comfortable bringing out some of these issues. But through media, which is a very key player when you're looking at restoration activities and advocacy, you're able to name, pinpoint some of the very controversial issues, put them out to the public for people to know, stir up debate and discussions around it, build momentum to make sure that they reach the spaces and the ears of the people that are supposed to hear them. And then lastly, as you engage communities, because for us we use an integrated landscape approach when we are entering into these communities that is very all inclusive and very participatory. Usually you only want to look at the beneficiaries that are close to you, but with civil society we foster the inclusive participation, looking at every different category of people with the understanding that the needs, the interests, the concerns are diverse in different communities for different people. So that sort of detail that we put in, you may not find it anywhere except with civil society. Thank you so much for what you're suggesting. We are so ready for planning and engagement around areas of financing. Thank you.
Those are already the takeaways. So clearly, you and Doctor are working. Give the mic to Miss Leka. Young people. Let's talk about young people. And this question for me is interesting, because it says, what can older generations? I'm really wondering if the older generation is responsible for all the work we have done in destroying our wetlands. So we want to learn from the young people, and what is it that older generations and of course stakeholders, policymakers can better support youth or empower you young people to lead the wetland restoration agenda and climate action?
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Join for Water, for hosting such an amazing, dialogue. So, what can the older generation and stakeholders do? I think before I venture into that, something that everyone here needs to acknowledge is that water in and of itself has not been embraced on the global scale. So I'm going to answer this question on twofold. When, for example, you're to look at the Paris Agreement, it does not acknowledge SDG 6. That inherently means that it does not even have any single kind of nexus between, say, the Ramsar Convention and even, say, the Paris Agreements, the Kyoto Protocol, all those climate, protocols, or should I say, conventions that we have. So on an international level, or should I say on an international scale, some of the things that we are doing as youth, I'll first answer it from that perspective, is to sort of like demand for accountability, demand for financing, so that it can be, be trickled down to address this issue. Because by the time you're not acknowledging water in the Paris Agreement, it means that even when we are trying to journey from Zimbabwe to Belém, which is Brazil, there is no point in time in which water and wetlands are going to be forefronted. So accountability and demand for, increased adaptation and mitigation financing for issues that relate to water is one of the things that we are doing. So what can the older generations do? What can governments do? Number one, I think there is this cliche in climate advocacy that the global north accounts for most of, the carbon emissions that we see. I think when we come to discuss on issues relating to wetlands, we need to acknowledge, and I'm not trying to blame government, ministry, you forgive me if you think I'm blaming you, but we need to acknowledge that there is a role in which we've played, and which that role is apparently negative, which is the role of neglect. And I think the previous speaker made mention of the fact that there are already existing gaps that have sort of like not been addressed. And in the keynote address, the speaker said that there are people that are missing out on this conversation. So if we are to ask the government people that are here, and like I said again before, it's not, to blame, but if we are to ask them, have they, on grassroots level, at district level, at local government level, have they institutionalized bodies? Have they supported the workers that are there and created awareness? Because you cannot say you are going to create awareness to a remote farmer in say maybe Karamoja, mention any of those districts, the very remote districts that we have within the country, if your own do not have the capacity or do not have an understanding of what these things are. So that is question number one. And I think for me, that drives me to a solution that I'd like government to, to do. Can we do more of capacity building, especially within the local government structures? Can we decentralize that knowledge so that these people are able to go to the grassroots? I would say this, that CSOs, to some extent, will not have the full capacity to ensure to it that sensitization trickles down to everyone. But on a premise of collaborative effort, it can be achieved. So I think capacity building, especially on local district levels, on local government levels, is something that needs to be done. But also, as you're doing that capacity building, can you ensure that your entities sort of like embrace youths, embrace women, embrace children? Can we see to it that, for example, if you're talking of UPE schools, USE schools, can you ensure that there are eco clubs that can try to, create awareness, or that can try to access knowledge about wetlands, about water? Then also, I feel like the other thing that needs to be done is in relation to policies, and I'm going to talk of this in context to NDCs and NAPs. I feel like over time, most of our NAPs, countries' NAPs and NDCs have lacked an aspect of, things like I made mention of it, how best can we finance issues that relate to water, issues that relate to wetland. They could be there, but they are abstract. We need more direct mechanisms. Most of our NDCs usually lack a collaborative efforts, say maybe with the private sector. So I think those are some of the things that we need to look into. But also, I don't want this to appear like a blame game. What are we doing as youths? What are we doing as communities that often times do not have opportunities to attend such forums? Number one, from a youth perspective, something that we are doing is awareness. For example, we are training local communities on things like how to access grants, talk of GCF, talk of grants or maybe financing from banks and etc. We are training them on how to do things like bookkeeping. We are training them on how to do things like proposal writing. The other thing that we are doing, say from a youth perspective, that is in terms of the National Youth Parliament, is advocacy. For example, we always have regional youth parliaments in which we try to engage youth, engage women, engage children. And then last but not least is we are doing formulation of eco clubs within schools. But these things cannot all be sustained if at all we do not have collaborative effort from government and collaborative effort even from the private sector. I hope I've not offended anyone. Thank you so much.
No, you've been extremely diplomatic. I like the way you first warn the person you're going after. You say, "I'm coming," but it's the way I have been to places where I tell you there's a traffic camera, but I was speeding. So now you've told me, so I'm going to reduce as I meet the traffic camera. It's okay. Thanks, like let's come back to you, Sema. But I'm opening this up. I'm now coming back to our guests and delegates. Sema, I'm glad she mentioned NDC, and we've set ourselves a huge target, but we know what's happening right now, and I want to just add two things to that. One, you have climate change skeptics, deniers of climate science, some in the top office of the world right now. That is going to affect you and affect your funding, especially climate action funding, and you have set a target. Great. So how do you then now activate all the stakeholders? And it's everyone, young people, private sector, where Dr. Francis sits, to be able to then support the entire agenda. How do we do that? How do we? You have people in this room, civil society, you have the women partners. How do we work together, the collaboration that Dr. Francis is talking about, to be able to achieve our intended targets?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think those of you had the opportunity to look at the country's NDC. It is the National Climate Change Action Plan as well. And looking at the financing arrangement, it's talking about mobilizing about 28.1 billion. And this goes up to around 2030, from 2020 up to 2030. But it's very clear in the NDC that all these resources are going to be coming from about three fronts. One is what we call the unconditional resources, and the one that the government of Uganda can contribute to using the taxpayers' money. Meaning that if you pay tax in one way or the other, you're already contributing, directly or indirectly. Okay? The second is about what we call the conditional resource mobilization. The conditional resource mobilization is looking at about 80% of those resources are from the conditional. The conditional one is what we can mobilize internationally, but also the mobilization domestically. So that's why we're looking at the development partners who are here, because sometimes we do bilateral, but also sometimes we go into the MDBs, the Multilateral Development Bank. Others can go into the structured baskets of climate change mobilization, like a GCF, Adaptation Fund, etc., etc. Then there is what we call funding from the private sector. And I think we have been receiving money from the private sector domestically to support certain activities that are speaking to our climate change action plan, which is NDC. Nonetheless, as the international community is trying to shape the aspect of bringing resources for climate change, the impact of climate change will remain with us. You either prioritize it in your programming as a country as you look for the other resources, or you offer to die. If you don't want to offer to die, then mainstream climate change in your operation and activities, and then you are looking at the government to provide supplementary resources to ensure that these government interventions that we offer to the communities in terms of services are climate proofed, are not brought to the West. Number two, under the convention, it is very clear that the developed world will support the developing countries in implementing the NDC. So despite the political jargons, but it's still an agreement obligation that we have to keep on trying into those resources. So where to spend and how to spend, we have developed the neighboring environment. For the private sector, the government of Uganda, I think in August, we developed what we call the taxonomy for the investment in terms of climate change. They know too what intervention is that they can support the communities and organizations that are speaking to climate change. That is the green taxonomy. But on top of that, we have what we call the National Climate Change Funding Strategy. The funding strategy is actually looking more of mobilizing resources from the within the national private sector, because we see that they have a lot of resources that they can support government as public social responsibilities from what they are doing to implement these resources. So I would say that we cannot have a conclusive answer, but the actual resource mobilization for climate change,
Yes.
we think that it should start with government, because government has an obligation to protect its people and natural resources as you move into the commitment that are put forward in the United Nations Farmer Convention and in the Paris Agreement.
All right. Dr. Francis, and that's where I want the follow up from, because it's very clear that the private sector is now directly involved. You've all initiated ESG and you're rolling it out. A lot of you are already supporting, climate action. In what you're now calling, it's no longer called, by the way, CSR. It's now called consumer or customer investment, because they are now investments. They're no longer just responsibilities. How do we catalyze that conversation? What is it that we need to do? And he says it's clear government needs to drive this, but how do we then catalyze it to ensure that the private sector understands that they need to actually be part of this conversation? There's that, the mic, you can try that. Let's see.
Yeah, I think the commissioner. Yeah, the commissioner mentioned something interesting: mainstreaming, and that's the direction. Mainstreaming, climate financing, green financing, and that's the direction. You've already spoken to how the banking industry here is embracing ESG sustainability, and so that's the direction. And truth be told, there has been good progress over the past 3-4 years in Uganda, starting from the government level, because he has talked about the green finance policies, the strategy, the taxonomy, and now coming down to to other institutions. For example, UDB, also
city and non-common government, we have been able to implement a project with government, Westland restoration, but there's still more to be done.
Yep.
Even that needs a lot of streamlining, but discussion not for now, for
All
here.
right. Okay. So she's begun the conversation. So it's an open mic. I will come to you. When I get closer, clearly I'm asking for my mic back. Yeah. And so we can start here. It could be a comment. It could be a question. It could be an observation.
Yeah, I've got some observations, and I'm almost unable to talk because there's so much amazing information and discussion coming through. Say, on behalf of the Urban Development Partners Group, which is really where I'm coming from, some comments. And the first one is that I don't think there's any urban planners or engineers. They're not here, and that's a problem. Also in the NDC, as far as I know, there's a category called forestry and land use. There's nothing about cities per se, okay? So I think, as the gentleman there said, for example, the field was dominated by conservationists. We can say that the discussion today is also tending to be dominated by people from the Ministry of Water and Environment, quite rightly looking at the whole question of climate change in the country as a whole. You tend to concentrate on biomass, forestry, agriculture, water, wetlands, which are not confined to urban areas. But we really do have to bring the issue of urbanization, in my view, into this. One of the points is that the population's changed, as far as I know, from about time of independence, about 5 million. It's now come to 50 million, so it's expanded by 10 times in how many years that is. Where I come from in the UK, it's expanded by 20% in that time. Here it's expanded by maybe 500%. Yeah. So, and the other point I want to make coming from that angle as well is that don't get the idea, I think somebody mentioned earlier on, that Europeans have got it all sorted out. They know how to do all this stuff. Europe has already been wrecked. And my father, who had a farm, he used to get a grant from the Ministry of Agriculture for filling his swamps. So the rivers have been changed, and when there have been climate events there, they've been very bad. So we're in an early stage in a good position even to demonstrate back to them how it could have been done. Sorry, that's a bit of an aside. Now, the question then is, and I want you to get the urban on the agenda at COP30, please. If you said at the beginning, let's do that. And I want to explain something more about that, is that my perception here is it's predominantly agriculture as small-scale farming, so 80% of the population still use wetlands. And so people know what they are, and they put their hands into them, and they get dirty, and they can feel them, and they're part of nature, their nature. But when you urbanize, after a time, you don't have any connection at all with the land. And your parents may work in a factory, you'll be a boda driver or whatever it might be. And in the end, you look at the wetland as a kind of foreign land. And my experience again back in the UK is that as we promoted things like national parks and conservation and so on, one of the very key things was we have to get people in there physically to see what we're asking them to spend their taxpayers' money on preserving, okay? Now, so that's a change from when you become changing from a predominantly small-scale farming economy to a developed industrial economy, and we're somewhere on that scale, okay? Now, what I find difficult here is that on the one hand, there are farming activities which are allowed, but most of the messages are get out, keep off, okay? And we really need to have a way of allowing people to get in there and have access, because then they're going to support the conservation and regeneration. I've been in there a few times. I mean, some of the stuff you see in a wetland is amazing, just not because I'm a farmer, just from the natural point of view. So we need to do that. And where it's happening currently is in the eco-park system. So people are benchmarking on the one that's been done very successfully in Rwanda, and everywhere all over, everybody wants to do an eco-park, which is great, but it's like the one for Greater Kampala is just an area of Lubiji Channel. You know, it's like a kind of island. For me, I think we should be looking at, in my case, I come from Hoima, we want the whole city to be an eco-park, okay? And that's the way we should be thinking, okay? Now, the next question from the urban perspective is that if we look at the agenda which we've been developing outside of this room, we look at things like, first of all, drainage, the natural drainage channels that exist within the rural area before it gets converted into urban are very good. There's a fantastic green infrastructure. What happens is it all just gets wiped out, gets covered in concrete. Concrete channels get built, the wetland gets oversubscribed, and so on. So the first point is, within the communities, nothing to do with the wetlands. We need to find how to keep our water and absorb into the ground. So that's an example of, here we're talking wetlands, 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 but we also need to take it further into the surrounding areas. Then we discover that there's issues relating to energy, what happens to sewerage, what happens to solid waste, could it be converted into energy, could the sewerage actually feed the plants, and so on. So there's really the whole urban system, okay, is one ecosystem of which the wetlands are part. Now, where I want to get to is that in the field I'm working in, within the Urban Development Partners Group, we can witness there's a climate change, there's a wetlands action plan, brilliant. There's also an air pollution action plan. There's also an urban heat action plan. So what do? There are all these different action plans. So one of the things we're planning to do in the Urban Development Partners Group is to have a discussion with the Environment and Climate Change Partners Group about, how can we get a common framework, or how can we find a way of stitching these things together? And that's work in progress, and hopefully we'll come back on that. Now what the Ministry of Lands is looking at, which I think isn't a bad way, is that I noticed that the PS that it's all about climate change. I mean, climate change is the first sort of driver of our action. Although I have to say, when Trump said it's a con, I noted there was a project in the States about urban transport, which is full of climate change. And he said all he did was he got onto a word, selected climate change and deleted throughout the document, and it got through. So I don't think we need to, we know what we're doing is right for many reasons. So that's my point, is that what the Ministry of Lands are looking at are what we call climate change action plans for urban areas, which would be sort of fairly across the board, and they're based on climate risk and vulnerability assessments, which are similar to disaster risk reporting, and they should be grounded in the view of people on the ground in the town. Okay, you're all telling us about climate change, but what are we really experiencing in Hoima? Where's the flood? I mean, my church got flooded the other day. These are the realities. It's too hot, and this and that. So the ones that have been done, I haven't seen in Uganda. It's a very good one in Kisumu. They do all that, like, how are you being affected? And then they have columns saying, this is Ministry of Water, this is Ministry of Lands, this is roads, this is it. So the sectors are all held responsible for where they contribute. And it's quite a good system, a holistic system. But I don't know whether that may be taken forward, but we'll be discussing it. So, that's the main. I think I've got most of the things I wanted to mention. I'll pass back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Commissioner, quick interjection before I move backwards.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry for I will be contradicting some submissions. But I'm Mugabe Stephen David. I'm from the Ministry of Water and Environment. Climate change, climate change, climate change all over. There is a lot of talk on climate change, and a lot of resources have gone into the talk, but there is a little action on ground. It is because we decided to leave the mainland, the main trunk, and we decided to follow the branches. How does climate change come? If we may ask, since morning you have been discussing this. Climate, when you destroy a forest, when you destroy your wetlands, when you don't attend to the waste, when your industries don't enforce put into or use new technologies and whatever, all whatever will come out of this will contribute to climate change. So to me, I think we wouldn't be even talking about climate change because it comes as a result of those so many things. Our discussion should be centered on how do we prevent what we are calling climate change to happen. Originally, we had the stories, we were talking about ensuring forests, then we talked about environmental management, then change the degradation, we talked about sustainability. Now we have left that, we are talking about emission. Nobody is no longer talking about the others. But when we get resources and we are planning interventions, again, we go back and we talk about we need to plant forests, we need to keep our forests, we need to keep our wetlands, we need to secure the wetlands, we need to attend to the waste. You were listing them. Okay? But this time now, we are moving to Brazil. To talk, but you know what? Action. It is going to be the 30th talk about what? about climate change. You know what? I wish we converted all these resources and we went down and asked the sectors, and we have analyzed them. We know when we cause deforestation, climate change will come. If we destroyed the wetlands, then bring these resources instead of going to discuss. You said you work with the communities from the very bottom, okay? Let's encourage these people to plant trees. Let's keep our wetlands. Let's keep our cities clean, manage the waste very well. Let the industries have their action plans properly, establish environment management plans. We should, once we enforce all this, we will not talk about climate change. Instead of going to talk, and at the end of the day, no action. I've been telling my brother here that climate change has two interventions. I mean, two strategic actions. Nothing beyond that. In climate change, you either do mitigation or you do what? Those are the answers. When you talk about adaptation, you tell me, what do you do in adaptation? You help people to stay with the problem. Then mitigation, you help people to avoid the problem. And when you go into analyzing how you help people to mitigate, you say you will plant trees, you will do this, the very activities we propose in general environment management and whatever. So this shouldn't be a big story. Let's go back to our roots, attend to the real cause, and then there will be no climate change. Thank you.
All right, it would be nice to start at the back, going front. So in case there is a quick intervention at the back, yes, keep it short because I have another 20 minutes. Then I wrap this conversation. Yes.
Yes, the camera. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. I am Posiano. I work with the Uganda Biodiversity Fund. And working for an institution that is interested in financing for biodiversity conservation, I couldn't leave this room without talking about financing. The gentleman from the UDB mentioned that communities do not have the capacity to design viable green enterprises. And I completely agree. And the solution is that the NGOs and others should support communities to develop bankable enterprises. And the question is, we, the civil society, do we have the capacity? Because do we know how a green viable enterprise looks like? And my proposal is, as UDB, do you have interventions that seek to build the capacities of different stakeholders, including NGOs, to be able to develop enterprises that are regarded as green, viable, green? And otherwise, if we don't do that, then you, the people who have designed these products, you won't achieve your objective. In Uganda, there is some report which was published a few years ago that we have a 90 billion Uganda shillings, not really, 103 million annual financing gap for biodiversity conservation. And I wanted to add to Carol's contribution that actually the civil society is making a huge contribution to closing this gap. But the question is, why do we as a country continue to have about 1.2% of our annual budget going to conservation and related issues? So it takes me back to what Dr. Fred was talking about, and the question he left us with: are we talking to the right people? Who appropriates financing, and why do we still have 1.2% of our annual budget going to conservation? Amidst all the good things we have talked about, the livelihoods, the biodiversity that is associated with conserving biodiversity. So I know there is a parliamentary group on climate and related things. Where are they? Are they in this room? Are we talking to the right people? I think that was a powerful question. Now, there is another question that he emphasized there. Who is the state? That is very important, because if we don't understand who is the state, I think we are going to come here next year and talk about the same thing. Unfortunately, he talked as if he knew who the state is, but he did not live to tell us what. But if, for example, one person goes with a business plan and proposes to develop a business in Rubiji wetland and shows how much contribution that person would make to the GDP, and it shows how many jobs would be created to Ugandans. To say, assuming the state is the president, now, assuming this person presents that to the president, now, you and me, what is it that we are going to present to ensure that the president says, no, let's leave this thing because it has value? So I'm talking about ecosystem evaluation, which we have failed. Can we demonstrate the number of jobs? Can we demonstrate the contribution to the GDP that such a wetland would contribute to the government, so that the government says, no, you developer, don't go there? Because when you go there, the gentleman who talked about urban planning, and we have several plans. Today, I learned about the land use physical development plan. But the question is, how is a farmer who is adjacent to a wetland in Kamwenge, whatever he's doing on his farm, how is it rated to the national land use plan? I know some districts have struggled, they have some district land use plans, but are these translated to what exactly is done at the community? So if not, should the problem be to continue developing plans, or we should focus on something else? Thanks so much.
All right. Okay. I notice, and this is my thinking, that a lot of us may have a similar question or an observation as captured. And if that has been captured, then you can pause it and allow yourself another one, or at least allow someone else pose the question or make the observation, so we can save a bit of time.
Well, Mbere, I work for the Uganda Water and Sanitation Network. I want to applaud the panelists, but also the organizers. I think my concern is one. The rest have been said, and I seem to concur with Commissioner Mugabe. The talking has been really done. I don't know how much has come out of the actions. Action plans have been drawn day in, day out. I don't know when we shall have a gathering like this to talk about the results of the various action plans. But mine is one. One of the panelists talked about providing alternatives. As we want to, drive people away from the wetlands, there should be alternatives. And then my question is about land shortage in this country. I don't know whether it's land shortage or whatever. We have had so much of, land grabbing, of school land, of church land, of everything, land, and now the wetlands. I think some of the districts really do not have enough land for cultivation, and I think that's the reason why people are getting into those sites and wanting to, make use of them. So what would be the best alternatives in as far as, land shortage is concerned? Is it possible that those people or government can allocate some of the land that it owns, that is seated bare freely out there, to some of these people to occupy it and make good use of it, other than having people in wetlands and then there is vacant land, or someone has bought land, you hear someone owning blocks and blocks of land uncultivated, and people are just misusing the wetland. I think policies around land tenure system or land management, and also the issue around population growth. These are mountains, parks, rivers and lakes and wetlands. They have been with us. When Uganda was declared a country, an independent country, they are the same wetlands that were there. Somehow they have reduced in size because of encroachment. And if we do not, if we are not careful, then they will cease to even exist. So how do we also, from this talk, also advise government to come up with possible mechanisms to control the population? I thank you.
All right. Can we start on that end? Because if I save some time, I will be able to come back. Caroline, I can start with you. I could, let me come back. Let me see how much time I can save. Let me see. I'll start with Caroline. It doesn't have to, because there was no specific question for you. In fact, most of the comments agree with your suggestions. We could start there and say, I should end with Semabo. You had all the bulk of all this. So we'll start with you, Caroline. Anything that stood out for you, then I go all the way to Miss Leka. Is there a mic somewhere up there? Yes, it is next to you, Caroline, actually. Good. Thank you for donating the time. Francis?
I'll just speak to two questions, one from Ponciano. I think you really directly asked what UDB is doing to enhance the capacity of different stakeholders, including the civil society. I would say in that space, we have a two-pronged approach. One, for the businesses that we do support, we have what we call a non-financial intervention. Call it business advisory support, but also we run incubation programs. We have mainstreamed green financing. We do this for businesses that we directly support, but even general businesses, we run these trainings across different regions. We just had a group graduate in Mbale last week. Next week tomorrow we'll be graduating another team in Lira. And basically we have incorporated green financing, the key principles and key considerations. The second approach, which is generally for other stakeholders, it's still open, more of information generation and dissemination through different platforms. We have not designed a concrete program for that. And probably that's where we'll need collaboration, and it's something to think about. James, you ask an interesting questions, the alternatives, mitigation and adaptation. The mitigation is what you offer. I mean, checking population growth rate in some way is one of those, but again, how easy is it given the culture connotations and so forth? So I think adaptation, agriculture intensification is key. In many in Asian countries, we've heard of green revolution. Rather than continue practicing this extensive farming, I need 100 acres to do the grazing to have 50 cows. Can't you do zero grazing? Can't you do that on 2 acres? Can't you do a practice irrigation, for instance, and apply productivity enhancing inputs to ascertain the same yield on 1 acre that you've been getting on 20 acres? So that way you don't have to fragment land, you don't have to encroach on wetlands and forests to maintain production and productivity, but you can do it from, and again, agriculture intensification. And that speaks to, I think, the commissioner's point that you don't have to wait until they fragment. Those are efforts that government can right away start, and other stakeholders, not only government, because anyway, we are all government, so we have to join hands and have those preventive mechanisms, enhance production and productivity, and all of us can support in our own capacities. Thank you.
Salome?
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to speak a little about the alternative livelihoods that a colleague mentioned. And I see that as, I see we have many options under this. We can look at new concepts that are coming up in the market today, or rather coming up today, including paludiculture. You know, those are some of the activities sustainable activities that can be done in wetlands together with wetlands and peatlands, together with, let's say, communities that are living together, you know, teach them how to sustainably use the products within, let's say, these fragile ecosystems. But the other that I'm thinking of is that exploring the different financing mechanisms that we have today. And already someone talked about writing bankable projects. Yes, that could be a challenge for, let's say, the communities. But I mean, there are people, there are other stakeholders who are gifted in, you know, writing bankable projects. So if let's say someone is gifted in writing such good proposals for funding, then there are so many funding mechanisms that can be explored, including the voluntary and compliance carbon markets that were talked about earlier, that were mentioned here earlier. All those are different ways in which we can, you know, gather resources to be able to support activities that can actually enhance the livelihoods of the different people at the grassroots level. I just wanted to mention that.
Ms. Leka first before Semambo. Excellent. Thanks for donating the time so I can get this question. Semambo?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
When can we stop the talk and just do? Yeah, because it's critical. That we don't want to come back for the third national wetlands dialogue. And we're talking about the same things.
Thank you very much. The unfortunate bit is that my boss who have asked this question is moved out. Maybe I can end up with that when he comes back.
Yes, let's start with the others first.
I'll
Yes.
just say that this has been really good feedback, but also just kind of trying to put some things into context. Like I mentioned, most of the policies are really being put by the people that are concerned. And so in the consultation, most of the audit policies in the consultation, they consult people of the same professions more. That's why you see that they are bent towards what their professional line is. But now with the growing interests, with population, we are seeing that there are so many other people who have interest in what we are managing. That's why I said that we need to look at constituencies. We are looking at those who are for conservation, and this is what the constitution is telling them, conserve these resources on behalf of Uganda. But again, the same constitution talk about development and also putting people at center. So how do you bring all this? And we need development. How do you bring all these players, get to know their interest, manage their interest, and talk about the sustainable development policies that could help us to drive what we want? And I think this is what the best approach would be. And I think the permanent secretary mentioned it, that we are going to develop a specific law and the policy for the wetland. So all these gathering, scientific assessment, community engagement, private sector engagement, eco parks we're talking about, you have to bring them into one room, which we had in under wetlands we're discussing now. Only had a few interventions, but we never had clear targets because you are lacking the scientific evidence. So you cannot set targets when you don't have the baselines. But this has been explored, and then you see the next NDC, there are going to be clear targets for wetland and peatlands with the baseline, both the GHG, but also the mitigation targets and the resilience aspect. So we hope that we're going to improve. That's why we chose to update our NDC with the new information. The other aspect, I think I would say that all these interventions can only be defined through stakeholders consultation. Because you cannot just go to think about interventions that are logically not going to make sense, that are logically not going to be transformative in nature, until when you have rightful stakeholders consultation backed up with the scientific and socio-economic assessment, and then you do the scenarios. That's when you can come up with effective interventions that can be transformative for the NDC and any other plan. We do CRVAs, climate risk and vulnerability assessment, when we're doing these plans. But also in our climate change law, it is not only about the CRVA for a particular jurisdiction. We are only looking at what about the mitigation assessment. They are try to assess the emissions that are coming out of the jurisdiction of an area, that when we're developing what we call the climate change action plan, it has the two elements of adaptation and the mitigation. After all, there is co-benefit in between the two when you implement them concurrently. So this is what informs the city plans. This is what informs the local government plans. So it moves beyond only adapting, but also looking into how do you respond to the causes of climate change, which is the mitigation. I will go to capacity building. I think this is what he has tried to talk about. There is lots of capacity building gaps across everywhere. Even in government of Uganda, we have them. There are new things which are coming, but we think that also government cannot be everywhere. perhaps maybe there would be aspect of taking this forward. Could we have the reasonable number of civil society organizations and well wishers that can get this training? Because at the end of the day, if you don't, people don't predict the triggers for you to give the money, okay, which are climate change responsive, you will not give the money because you have to develop these pointers. But we're not going to be on the ground to develop these pointers. Maybe we look at our civil society organizations and try to work on the aspect of capacity to avoid sitting with the money because there is a capacity problem. Yet this money has to be spent. So we can have a discussion around that, but it needs adequate representation to ensure that we have a critical mass of people, organizations that can support the communities to develop these projects. But also the projects have limitations. I don't think that the community can develop a project for a GCF. Really, that is really very, very, because there are so many issues that the community may not have. But the one which we are looking at, UDB and other financial institutions, they are basic things that you have to look into the greening, isn't it? So I think this is where we have to focus. Should we focus on plans but not implementation? It is unfortunate that for government, you cannot spend on what you have not planned for. You can't spend on what you have not planned for. So the planning is triggered by available problems, the way how we update our policies. They are not static. So planning will continue, I'm assuring you. That's why even in the political arrangement, you hear people giving the manifesto, isn't it? It is part of the planning. Maybe we just need to work towards how do we improve on the aspect of implementing this and how do we consolidate them?
Yes.
Okay? How do you consolidate them so that you can have several plans, but when it comes to the annual work plan and the budget, how do you pull out all these and ensure that they are part of your annual work plan and the budgeting to ensure that you're implementing those elements? I'm ending with this because it's not coming back. Mr. Commissioner is right. Right now we have our partners happy with government because of failure to get accredited to attend the COP. But we find an organization sending a list of 20 people that they want to send for COP. But when we're looking at what exactly they are going to do, there's nothing that they explain that what they're going to do. So what are you accrediting? When you ask them for additional information, they are not providing. So perhaps maybe those resources that, because these resources are not from their pockets, they are from the organization they are representing. Maybe if you convert them into actions on the ground, it can add value. But also on the other hand, we cannot go unrepresented. Okay, we can't go unrepresented. So we send purposive people to represent us because we are a party to the convention and our interests have to be heard. They take decisions. If you are not there, you also have to oblige to that decision.
Yes.
So what the message here is that we just be mindful on the numbers of people going to represent our country and what they are going to do. But secondly, when you attend these conventions, there is a lot of benefit that you get out for. Maybe the president of the PS allow me to just say that 2 days ago, because of these discussions and our Ready Plus strategies that we've been implementing, we were able to sequester 8 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent during the Ready Plus program, reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation. And 2 days ago, GCF has given Uganda $31 million for that. And that money is coming back to be plowed in forest activities. At an appropriate time, you hear the Minister of Water and Environment talking about this.
You have leaked the information, but it's okay. Good information.
Had it not been part of negotiation?
Yes.
How do you point out that Uganda has reduced this?
So that's a
emissions?
deliverable from 29, COP 29.
From so many engagement, I could say from so many engagements. So it is not only about going there, but also there are opportunities that people can tap into. And
All
I'm
right.
very sure that even some of the civil society in this room,
Yes.
out of that engagement, they are able to get some resources
Yes.
which could help us in
Yes.
implementing additional interventions.
All right.
And lastly, I think I just wanted to mention the problem of population. I cannot talk about this. I don't have mandate to talk about population, but I think it is something which is on the side of natural resources.
Yes.
It is one of the drivers of SDP, because it is not controlled to feed our population. You have to have settlement. You have so many things, but maybe the issue will not be the bigger population, but
Yeah.
how do we sustainably coexist
Yeah.
with these resources
Yeah.
as we talk about, as we try to control the children that we put into our families.
I think it's also part of the multi-sectoral conversations you need to have at all levels. So quickly, the question.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, for this opportunity. I rise on one of the issue that one of the panelists raised, over Carlo, which she raised in passing, but it attracted my attention. The application of the law selectively, and when I made a reflection back in my district and maybe my other colleagues, this thing happens. Perhaps it is attributed to one, delays in disposing of some cases that are presented to court and they take centuries to end. And how the public interprets is that you are leaving this person untouched, and yet for us, you are even chasing us. So my question may be to the ministry as an entity that is charged with policy formulation and maybe proposing amendments. How can we handle this? Either proposing maybe some special court for cases related to environment so that they are given due treatment and they are disposed of in the appropriate time, so that they are not, they don't continuously sabotage our implementation, because they are used as reference. So and so is remaining in the wetland, and yet he has a course in Kate, and me, you are running after me. I think that would be ideal and give us a good enforcement environment. I submit.
And related to enforcement, I'm happy that we have a board from the communities. This really is exciting. And there's a really nice question here. And the artwork is very good, Vanessa. I like that she drew her tree and it's fallen. And then she's drawn a tree that's crying. That's quite interesting. And this is Mbabazi Musa, Bunoga Village, who says, Semambo, you could take this over the Nema. We had someone from Nema here. Do we still? Yes. This is probably yours also. And you talk to enforcement. Yes. What is really failing? Is it the responsible officers? Is it the law, the implementation of these laws? Why are we not prioritizing law enforcement? Do we fear that in the end, these laws are made and broken by the people who we lay our hopes for help? Why? Our country is bleeding. Our hope is gone without law enforcement. So I'm coming to you. There's one, so I'll give this to you since you sit at the ministry, but you can also delegate this question. It's very broad. And a young Boaz, he's called Boaz Musinguzi from Busabura Primary School. He's in primary 6, by the way. And he says, I have my question. What is climate? That's the question. So I'll start with Nema. Semambo, you can delegate who's going to answer that question. We said this would be very inclusive. So, Semambo, you tell us what climate is.
Yeah, thank you so much. And straight to the point. So the question about selective enforcement. Generally, what I know is the law has been evolving. So right now, as you very much know, since 2nd September 2021, for example, the government suspended issues of wetland user permits. So that suspension came into force, and it's the president who wrote. So the government suspended no issues of wetland user permits. And the reason was, let's first monitor what is out there and the utilization. And what triggered that, there has been a lot of this kind of confusion. So just take you back, the activities that are approved. So an environmental and social impact assessment, for example, for a factory or a gas station, which is a petrol station, is done. There are mitigation measures for potential risks are done, and it's established. Now, after this factory is set up, the communities don't understand some of these things. So he thinks because somebody's occupying there, let me also occupy this one. So that triggered confusion. So there came up unprecedented kind of encroachment that is based on so and so is there, so let me also go. So that's how it came, and they had to suspend. Now, activities that are approved, they're regulated, and they do annual audits on those developments to ensure that they comply, but also to check on any issues that could come up that needs to be tackled in the due course. Now, NEMA, which is the regulator here, takes responsibility of that. And I have to communicate that economic status is not an excuse for degradation or encroachment. So it's not about size, it's about procedures. So there are laws and there are regulations. These have to be followed whenever there's development. So encroaching on the wetland because I'm poor, because we don't do that. When we, for example, there is profiling of a wetland, the boundary is set and the data is hosted by the ministry. This is data that is used to demarcate the boundary. So whoever is inside, the question comes, are you regulated or you're not? So if you're not, you're going to move. If you're regulated, then you have to check if the level of compliance that is there. And if you're found complying, if you're not complying, there are also steps that are taken. Some of the developers have to pay very huge fines because government also needs non-revenue tax. This is not information that you'll come across, but they do pay a lot of money, hundreds of millions for non-complying, and also they're given now targets set up for them to comply. That's how it is handled. Normally it has been about communities who occupy or access these ecosystems as settlements or for accommodation or something, or gardening versus these factories. That has been the contention, but the explanation they can give is developments which are regulated are monitored. So anybody who wants to have any development in the wetland has got to come up with, follow the procedure, which is an application, and that application is assessed. Now that there's suspension, if it's found to be a wetland, it's not approved. So that is how I can conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Semambo, what is climate? You might actually be helping several people, Semambo, here, even in this room. Because I saw people picking their phone, Semambo, to Google what is climate.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is very good. But for the second question, I think I would also pass it on to the director here, the one for the courts. I will not respond to that. Yes. I think we will just talk about the courts and the selective kind of like enforcement of the law. I don't have the authority when he's around. But for climate, I'll give a scientific definition, but also give a simple definition. I don't know if Boaz is in the room or there is somebody who's coming near by Boaz who's asked that question. But in simple terms, maybe in the complex term, climate is the average statistical ensembling of all weather elements that are studied for a comparable period of time. Always the World Meteorological Authority recommends over 30 years and above in the particular area. So there are three variables that do not change. There is weather, there is the mean, which is average, and there is a place, a particular place. So meaning that you are looking at the weather elements in a particular place for over 30 years, and you get the average, and you'll be able to determine the climate of that area, looking at those weather elements in that area. For example, if they say the temperature in Ruwero is 22 degrees, it means that somebody has been studying on a daily basis, finishes a year, goes up to 30 years and above, and average that temperature to come to the mean. They can say the temperature here is 22, but does not mean that every day is 22. Okay? So that is what we can term as climate over a particular area. So sometimes they say you are looking at climate in terms of rainfall, in terms of temperature, in terms of humidity, in terms of pressure, etc. But it is just studying those elements, measuring them over 30 years, average them for that particular area, then you arrive at what we call climate.
Excellent. I think someone in another life you should have been a teacher. So we will look at that. When we have the Environment Institute, or the Water Institute, that's where we should be looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me just request the panel, because they will also do a small activity after this. If you can, and I have only 2 minutes, 30 seconds, your last word, just 30 seconds. And I know Caroline said they said something about what you had spoken to. You don't have to go back to what you had, Caroline. So just 30 seconds, quickly, each of, as we wrap this up.
Okay, I think for every time we have such dialogues, such conversations, we can see that we are able to identify problems and as well as identify solutions.
Yes.
So my parting shot is that the solutions are not with COP, the solutions are within us, and these are local solutions. What is missing is collaborative efforts. So let's collaborate. Thank you.
Excellent. Samambo?
I think today's theme has been looking at wetlands and climate.
Yes.
But climate is beyond wetlands. Climate is a development issue. That's why we can talk about climate and transport, climate and energy, climate and forestry, climate and agriculture. So the intervention of response to climate change is two, adaptation and mitigation, but they can go across various sectors.
All right.
So we should not only talk about climate change of only being a context of natural resources. It is beyond that.
Excellent. Multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. It has already been mentioned here several times about the importance of wetlands and peatlands. And if we are looking at peatlands and wetlands as aspects for mitigation, then we really have to look at, to focus on them, especially their restoration for climate mitigation. Less of that, we will lose them, and definitely we will lose all the intrinsic values that they support or that they provide to us, including, of course, the provisioning, the cultural aspects of them, and the other over, regulatory, including climate change mitigation. So let's focus on peatlands and wetlands and sustainably manage them for the betterment of the future.
Dr. Francis?
Yeah, I think mine is to call upon different stakeholders to consider or sort of reimagine the interventions in the not only wetland space or restoration spaces, but broad environmental spaces, to start looking at the broader ecosystem. How do you crowd in other players? How do you shift from short-term project type kind of interventions to more sustainable interventions? Now, to do that, you need to have a broader ecosystem approach. You need to design, to have innovative, financial mechanisms. You need to, in a way, enhance capacity of different stakeholders, the sort of value chain approach, and that can only be achieved through collaboration, as has been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline?
Yes, thank you. Let's actualize the collective action we are talking about. It begins with our communities. Everything we are talking about, all the interventions are to benefit the communities. So don't tire. Let's go back and invest time, resources in comprehensive community engagements to foster inclusive participation for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we appreciate our panel, ladies and gentlemen? So I'll request you be standing. We'll have a photo, and I'll invite the commissioner to join you for this photo. We need to ensure that it's balanced. There's more ladies on this one, commissioner, than the other one that we had. I'm very gender sensitive in these things. The amount of attack we get when the picture goes with only men. You wonder what the population numbers are. We always look at population demographics. Yes, Isaiah, I think they also want you there, please. Co-convener. Doctor, you want to go on the other side also? Yes, doctor. So that now all the conveners are here in the one picture, plus our panelists. And after this, any of those who are here that didn't append your signature, you will go to the board there and just add your signature as a panelist. on our conversation. All right. But you say you were trying to remind me. I remember. So we'll allow for this. And Marion, I just want to check. Have I left? Where's Marion? Have we left anything out? Are we okay now? Because I want to invite the commissioner. Ah, good. Thank you very much. Our panelists, you can make your way to the board. We want you to sign on the board and append your signature as I invite our commissioner to come and formally close. But this doesn't mean the conversation stops, because we are going to have a networking session. We have tea and coffee available, and there is an open exhibition. So please continue the networking here. And those of you going to COP, you can start that conversation here. So that we now pick more partners and all the other funders we can pitch. Commissioner, you're most welcome to close, formally close.
Let's appreciate Maurice. Really. We want to thank you, Maurice, for your resilience. Since morning, we need to, that is not enough. Let's really appreciate him. Yeah. Thank you very much, Maurice, for the presentation since morning. Colleagues, the minister who has already left us was represented by the permanent secretary, the head of the Belgian Corporation, who also shortly left us, the key development partners that are here, the civil society organizations, the country coordinator for Joint for Water, the executive director of Nature Uganda, all the members of the conservation fraternity, researchers, the youth, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me on behalf of the ministry to thank you for this very, very important dialogue for today. I want to thank you, Joint for Water, for spearheading this joint discussion today. We have shared knowledge, experiences, and the best practices in wetland conservation here today. And I'm convinced that our collective efforts will yield tangible results after here. The theme for today's dialogue has been spot on: wetland for climate action, which resonates deeply with the stories that we heard from Zambia to Uganda and now to Belém in Brazil. We have had a lot of experience here in the discussions, and we believe collectively that there has been a lot of wetland and there is wetland degradation and loss. But we also see the opportunities for sustainable development in the area of wetland management. We are all aware that wetlands play a very fundamental role in the socioeconomic transformation of our country, and by not only mitigating the effects of climate change, but also contributing heavily to other sectors of the economy, including tourism, energy, agriculture, among others. As we move forward, I urge each one of you to continue with the momentum and to translate our commitments and recommendations from this dialogue into concrete actions. We still have some gaps in wetland management in terms of interventions and research that require funding and partnerships as already observed here. And I would like to call upon all actors, both government, civil society, and other development actors who are not in this room to join and fill the gap. I would like to implore partners to support the efforts in wetland inventory, action planning, and integration of such into development plans, borrowing from the example of Joint for Water. We want to thank you for spearheading the development of the wetland action plans for Fort Portal City. To our development partners, I still appeal for your continued collaboration and support. Your assistance has been instrumental in our efforts to conserve and manage wetlands, and let me recognize the standing cooperation with the Uganda of the Belgian government to Uganda, that you've supported the development of the wetland inventory and mapping for Fort Portal City. As government, we remain committed to continue prioritizing wetland conservation and management in our national development plans and priorities. And as observed by the chief guest here this morning, we are planning to refocus the interventions of wetland actions, especially in cities, to convert them into eco-parks all over the country. And therefore, we would call upon all of you to partner with us in this area. Like my permanent secretary highlighted, Fort Portal City marks the process of us to start development of the wetland eco-parks, and therefore we shall continue to work with you in this area to ensure that we have the reality as we plan right from the feasibility to implementation. I would like once again to commend Joint for Water for the contribution and the engagement and engaging local governments and other actors, including the youth, for ensuring ownership and sustainability of our interventions. As we depart from this dialogue here today, let us carry on the spirit of cooperation and commitment in our respective areas and communities. And let us remember that wetlands are not just ecosystems, they are lifelines that support human well-being, economic development, and environmental sustainability. As Wetland Management Department, we shall still continue to identify and prioritize areas which have been heavily degraded for conservation and restoration. We shall also continue to pursue and adopt locally based management strategies in converting urban wetlands into eco-parks and popularizing the Wetland Gazette, which is being displayed there, and also continue to pursue the provision of alternative livelihoods, especially to wetland-dependent communities. We shall continue to enhance GIS remote sensing as one of the new technologies in order for us to monitor the wetlands across the country. I would like, therefore, as I leave, to quote from the Ramsar Convention, that wetlands are vital for our future and their conservation is vital for our survival. It is now my single honor to declare the second National Wetlands Dialogue officially closed and wish you safe journeys back home for God and my country.
Let's appreciate the commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. But also, most importantly, the Wetlands Department. Guys, the Wetlands Management Department is doing a fantastic job. And since I mentioned that I would show you results, this is the result. Please show that picture. These are the results, because you can't have a Crested Cranes conference without... and I'm showing it shortly. But this is actually, as much as my camera could capture, this was much longer place with so many of them. Where's my shoe bill camera tech team? I want to show it. She's in shock that I found a shoe bill a few kilometers out of Barara. There you go. Yes, and I was just shocked to see it, as I'd already thought of going to Mabamba, and I was thinking, I need to find time. Then it found me. I'm not going to Mabamba anymore. I am going to, and there's a video evidence. I didn't superimpose the image. Yeah? There's video evidence that, but because I was using a phone, the image is not as good as if I had a professional camera. So I was really impressed. Then I found the bird watcher there looking for it. So anyway, that was evidence that had been spotted. It had spent some time there, maybe a week or two. But a week after we captured this, it disappeared. No one saw it again. So I was just lucky, I guess. So we will do one thing, Isaiah, we need a group photo. How we do that, I don't know. We can all come here. Some will be down here, and the others will be up here. We want to capture, how do we capture that live painting? Can we appreciate Tibarusia for fantastic done? So you'll find, can we ferry it here, closer? So it joins our picture. We need to find a way. All right, so Commissioner, please come, and everyone, let's join the Commissioner and we find space. This group picture could appear on the Ministry of Water and Environment calendar. We need to be intentional and ensure, Lucy, that we appear somewhere on that calendar next year, all right? And we could pick the COP month, November. So what we'll do, the tech team, where we'll find a way of capturing everyone, including our image. So, Commissioner, I think you'll be here with the other conveners, our co-conveners. Lucy, make sure you're here with Kim. And then we'll have Dr. and Matthias. You want chairs? That also is an idea. Also, no, I think let's stand, then the other group will stand. Yes. So we'll have two lines, one standing behind the Commissioner and the other here. So our conveners at the front. Marion, you could also join the front row because we want to balance the gender at the front. It's very important. Nema needs to be in front. It would be nice to have Nema in front. Miss Leka, join closer. There, yes. Cameraman, you'll need to tell us where do we block? If you can't see the cameraman, then he can't see you. That's very important. And he's also going to tell us where to go. I am joining at the back. I am tall. Those of us who are tall. So anybody who is not in, cameraman, tell them. We must be seen.
Be discouraged, oh, I realize it's hard to take courage in the people. You can lose sight of it in the darkness inside you makes you feel so small. But I see your true heart shine. See your true color. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true. Show me a smile. Don't be unhappy, can't remember. That's the way you live. This world makes you crazy. You take all you can bear. Just come as you know. I see your true colors shine. See your true colors. Why I love you. Don't be afraid to let them show your true colors.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please join us for tea and coffee. We have our networking stations effective now. You're open to join us for some tea and coffee and let the conversations continue, and see you at the 3rd National Wetlands Dialogue.